Good evening. Hi there, virtual world. My name is Andrew Waltz. I'm with the NTC Foundation here at Arts District Liberty Station. Thank you for making some time to spend with us this evening, and welcome to virtual Arts District Liberty Station. I wanted to mention just a couple quick highlights before we get going. One, if you haven't been down here in a while, Arts District is open to the public. Come on down. You can see take classes. There's music. There's outdoor events, outdoor classes from our local tenants here on campus. There's all kinds of cool things you can see and do. Public arts. I encourage you just to come down and check out and just stroll around. It's a great way to spend an afternoon or an evening. I also want to thank our sponsor, My Point Credit Union, based right here in Point Loma, San Diego. They help you provide flexibility in doing the banking on your own terms, and so they've just been really great and a great supporter and partner of our program. So I'm going to go ahead and just show you a quick little highlight for them.
We believe life is about doing what inspires you, what drives you, what truly matters to you. So, what do you want to do? At My Point Credit Union, we help you do better, do more, do life the way you want to do it. Ready? Let's go do this.
Thank you again, My Point. They've been wonderful to work with, and so thankful that they were able to sponsor our event to evening. So I hope everybody can check out My Point, and I think there might be a link in the chat where you can go check to learn more about My Point. I also wanted to mention that if you're looking for creative studio, creative office space, there are some spaces available on campus, and so you can check out ntcfoundation.org/leasing, and there's a link in the chat box. But if you're looking for creative space to rent, look no further and consider Arts District. I also wanted to mention that you can sign up for our newsletter. We send out one monthly Stay Connected newsletter, and you can learn more about our public events. So please sign up for that. And then again, we do have a whole lot of public art, and we'll get into that a little bit more later. But I encourage you to come check out the campus. And without that further ado, I'm happy to get into our first presenter with Velt's Fine Art, and I think Colleen Velt will tell us a little bit about her process and about decorating your space.
Welcome to Velt's Fine Art and First Friday. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to share something with this group I've never shared before. It's really my favorite part about being an artist, and I think it's all surrounded around inspiration and inspiration for space, and in particular, home space. So the space that you occupy calls you to think about the people who live there, their personality, their inspirations. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Colleen Veltz. I'm the sole proprietor of Velt's Fine Art. I'm a painter predominantly, not a designer at all. And I've had some wonderful opportunities to work with designers in the most prominent areas of Southern California. I provide paintings and one-of-a-kind prints that anyone can use to help pull a space together. So first I'm going to tell you a little bit about Velt's Fine Art and what we do at Liberty Station and where to find me. I'm in Barrack 16. I'm steps from Liberty Market, and I'm in the same building as the Women's Museum. If you come into my space, most of the time you'll be seeing that I'm sharing art that's in the middle of creation. And sometimes it can be a little bit embarrassing for me because it's not finished, and I found it um, difficult at times. But it's really more important to me to share process and show how art gets made. And and the idea is process, not product. So when my studio becomes a gallery, which is um, for all different kind of reasons, but I have about 4 visiting artists a year, and I these 4 artists celebrate this focus with me. There's kind of a quarterly rotation of contemporary work, some award-winning artists, and others are mentored by very famous artists. I have jewelers, I have all different kinds of things that are celebrated, but their work reveals a little bit of process, the tactileness, the way the paint's applied, and things like that. Um, I also work with not-for-profits. I have grant recipients to have days of art, and I've worked with the Komen Foundation. I've worked with Outside the Lens. I've worked with Writers Inc. And most recently, I've worked with Lovejoy Creations for a day of art with the Brain Injury Foundation, which is in the same building I am. They're an incredible group, and I found working with them has become more inspiring, and I learn more from people who are um, have challenges and find freedom and creativity and making art for a day and sharing their experiences and challenges with each other. So um, that's been a remarkable benefit of being in the location that I am, is that I have a space where um, people can come together and have a team building day. And so outside of not-for-profits, I've actually worked with restaurant groups, physicians, and I had a Navy submarine convention come over and make some prints and then go out to dinner here at Liberty Station. They went to Stone. I've also sent some groups over to Solare and some of the other um, groups that are now outdoor dining. It's kind of exciting to have these ease of parking and the resources for people who aren't artists to come in and have a really memorable time with the team that they work with. And in some cases, they manifest some imagery that they can use for marketing or for their website or hang in their hallways. And it's just a really feel good experience. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the events that happen. We have First Friday of every month, and we're participating in really exciting ways here at Liberty Station online, virtually, and there's opportunities coming up as um, people get vaccinated. There's solstice events, there's community events, there's music and performances that the Arts District brings in. And um, up and coming in April, the end of April, there's an art walk, and later in the year, tree lighting with hosted performances. So in my own space, I also bring in musicians. I've had dance performance, poetry, and I have a local uh, musicians that everybody loves from OB, the string band. You should check them out. So other groups have come in. And last but not least is my own work. I work usually in series, and then amongst that, I work in commissions. And this includes working with homeowners, proprietors of commercial spaces, and interior designers. And um, since moving back to San Diego from Orange County, I've noticed a lot of people that I love working with are working on their home space. And lately I've been working with people who are rearranging their space to include work flow, a little bit of privacy, calming areas, accentuating nooks, and whether it be a new home or to bring in color and inspiration in reinventing the space that they're in. So I'm going to read you an article that I was in for Redfin magazine. Velt's Fine Art recommends buying and caring for one-of-a-kind paintings and limited edition prints. If you collect and celebrate truly original art, it will confer an authenticity on your home. The furniture, the decor, the atmosphere you hope to create. To create the mood you're seeking in a reading nook, conversation setting, or dining area, think about the scale and placement. We can custom scale art that will create an atmosphere that feels genuinely authentic. Unlike so many others, unique in all the world, your family will absorb it and your guests will take notice. So, when there's an interest in interior and you start to listen to interior designers, it quickly becomes really confusing, and it's hard to apply the principles without attending a school or hiring someone. But the don't be afraid. I mean, their jargon, you'll hear words like flow and focal points and color, and sometimes they say couleur and they spell it with extra vowels to seem fancier. And they use like eye traveling, which probably means to bring one room connected to another, but it sounds like some kind of wandering eye problem. I um I want to rest the industry jargon words aside in design and art, um, for people who aren't art, majors in college. I if you just take a look at your own space, I think that starting with inspiration, um, is the key, and it can come in so many different ways. The same rules and elements that you look at and that you love when you see other artwork or other architecture or other sculpture, that's inspiration right there. And it can be just as simple as a color or a time of day or a subject that you love, whether it be botanical or figurative or fauna or flora. First, I would like to address your space. What's attached to your space? Your home. Like, think about it architecturally, whether it be an apartment, a loft, a condo, a trailer home, or an extravagant villa. I think there are things that can be a challenge if there's stone walls or a narrow corridor or architecturally too many rooms. Things that I like are just kind of unifying floor, and then the color that's attached to the architecture of the home is warm and unified. So there's not a lot of changes from room to room to room. And this provides a little bit of space for you to highlight and celebrate artwork or sculpture or prints in your own way. And people always forget a little bit about the jewelry of the home, which is doorknobs and um, molding and cabinet pulls. Sometimes there's all different kinds of colors going on, but if you kind of pick one, then later when you're picking a frame for a print or something, you know that I have these warm brassier tones, or I'm going with satin nickel, and all of a sudden the space you live in has unified metal surfaces with faucets and doorknobs and hardware, and then frame. There's gonna be a little bit of shine and glitz that celebrates um, the space and let it become one body. Uh, in Europe, I love the tradition. Newlyweds will go out and shop and pick a piece of art that they both like that celebrates um, them being newlyweds as a couple, and then let that painting become inspiration for people who buy them gifts for the wedding and to bring color and stuff into their home. We're not of a culture that does that, but I love that idea that something can be about a memory and that you celebrate together, and then you can lift color into pillows, into fabric, into textiles around it. So that's something that could really bring the space together, a focal point. Um, and then there's places in your home you may not have thought about for art. Everybody's got like the over the couch, and sometimes all the furniture's pressed against the wall. Maybe if you pull the artwork out and then look at each of the rooms individually, you can create one or two dynamic focal points. The front main living room seems obvious, but there's pockets of walls of space and style that can happen, and in that goes wider into the house, and that's when color and wood and metal and objects of collection can be celebrated and brought together. And so as you walk through a space, I had a client who has a collection of bells, and the bells became part of the warmth of the painting behind it, but also there were moments in the house where this collection got celebrated. And it can be books or spheres or anything. And it, as soon as you start to bring in some fabric and other adjacent um, tactile things around it, that's when it gets pulled together. So I had a recent commission where a couple came in and looked at my work, and I always like to find what the higher key color interest is, as well as what the subject of the painting is with, and it makes my work more designerly, but I think it's fun and it gives me a launch point for inspiration. Color is rich, and if it's got a punch to it, you can have that happen. A color that also happens in your house that you don't think about often is green. People always have plants. There are some green plants, and so to contrast the green with a little pop of orange or red or something a little close to complementary can be a unifying moment for the artwork in the place. But this couple came in and they really loved this blue and yellow waterfall piece that I had. But they wanted the blue to become slate and the warm to be from yellow to more orange. And as soon as I figured that out, we had a place to start. So the interior designer sent me fabric from the room that it was going in. So it was going over a credenza in the dining area, and they'd already picked a chandelier. And so I got very precise dimensions of what this large painting should be. I had John at big canvas stretch it like a drum, beautifully done. And it was a very specific dimension. And then I just celebrated the things that they loved about another piece and then the colors that they wanted in. The interior designer sent me the fabric for the chairs and the walls and the pillows in the adjacent room, and it came together so beautifully. So take a look. This is an example of some of the things I've been working on. I've got a little bit to tell you about what's next for Velt's Fine Art. So stay tuned. We've got some exciting national news for American Art Collector magazine coming out for next month. So I'll see you on first Friday in March. Take care. Thank you for joining me. Bye.
Hey everyone, that was a great introduction to decorating from Colleen Veltz. I hope you can all check out Velt's Fine Art, and I know that we'll share her web link in the chat. I did notice, I heard it from a couple folks who are tuning in that there's a little bit of a lag or some kind of presentation glitch. So I'm going to go ahead and try to hit refresh. I just wanted to let everybody know before I do that, if for some reason you do get kicked out, you can hit the refresh button on your side. Or just re-hit the link to come back into the event. So I apologize if anybody gets kicked out, but I'm going to go ahead and give this a shot real quick. So please come back and stay with me if you get kicked out. Welcome back. It looks like everybody's here. Great. All right. Because of that, I just want to also thank you again, because I think it did kind of hiccup a little bit with our sponsor. Thank you again so much to My Point Credit Union. And I just want to play a little clip from their reel. So here you go. Thank you again to My Point. I also wanted to say thank you very much to our annual sponsor, City of San Diego Commission for Arts and Culture. They've just been a great partner over the last couple of years. So I hope everybody just knows that they're doing great work over there at the city. Let's see, a couple other quick notes before we get into our next presentation. There are a lot of groups that are still doing in-person, outdoor, socially distanced, safe programming. So I hope everybody can check out some of our groups. I wanted to mention a couple of the few that are in some of our recent Stay Connected updates with Songbirds, If I Was a Bird Yoga, San Diego Craft Collective, Milk Oolong, who we'll hear from next, Malashok Dance and Malashok Dance School, San Diego Ballet, and Solari's patio is open. So it's great to be able to come down and enjoy a little vino and then walk around campus. I also wanted to mention, for those of you who might be interested, there are a couple programs. We couldn't fit them all in the program tonight. So you may be interested in checking out the Songbirds music event, and that was in the event write-up. And you can click in to see the Zoom, and that was a pre-registered event, but you can go there to see it. It's not in this feed. And Nina Montanjaro is also one of our visual artists, and she's doing a live program on her Instagram feed. So again, that's not on this feed, but if you're interested in seeing her work, I encourage you to check that out a little bit later tonight. And also, for all the guests in the room, please feel free to use the chat. We look forward to hearing from you. Let us know if you have questions. I'm happy to help tell you more about what you're seeing, or we can ask some of our creatives as they go live. So with that, I'd like to introduce Leah from Milk Oolong Studio, and we're going to hear from her about the chemical process of glazing. So give me 1 second, and I'll welcome Leah to the stage. Good evening, Leah.
So
You might need to hit your camera. I think we can hear you.
you can't see me. I can
Let's
see
see
me.
your camera. Your camera's off for me.
Okay, I'll turn it off and turn it back on.
Okay, while we get Leah queued up, I'll just briefly mention Leah has an amazing ceramic studio here on campus, and she does pottery. We'll be getting into a glaze chemistry session, and she does amazing classes if you haven't seen them, and online programming, and so just looking forward to that. Let's see. Is there anything I can do to help Leah?
I think it's saying I've Wi-Fi.
I'm going to remove you from the stage. Yeah, you can switch to low def. That should be fine. I'm going to go ahead and pull you off the screen and then pull you back on, just in case that prompts your camera to kick on.
Okay.
Okay, are you there, Leah? We'll give this one more second before we see what else we can do to bring her back to the stage. Here we go. Leah, I just invited you to the stage, so you might need to accept the invite and turn on your camera and mic. Okay, well, it looks like we might be having a little bit of technical difficulty, so I'm going to go ahead and, oh, looks like she's back. Lee, are you there with us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wonderful. It worked out.
Can you see me now?
We sure can. Good to see you. Welcome to First Friday. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah. My studio called Milk Oolong Studio. And I chose that because that is my favorite kind of tea. And something I really love about this studio is the location and the beautiful view that it is all. The building in the distance turn golden, and the sky is filled with color from the sunset. So currently,
Hey, Leah, I'm going to have to jump in. I hear that there's a lot of echoing in the background of the connection. So I apologize. Can you hear me or see me? You may need to refresh your browser. Let's just give it one quick try and try to refresh and see if that fixes your connection. If not, we might need to just circle back and back channel and bring you on a little bit later on this evening. So let's just try a quick check to see if that'll fix your connection. I apologize, everybody, about the technical difficulties. I think the Wi-Fi winds blow one way or another. Let's see. We'll give Leah just a moment to log back on.
How about now?
This looks good to me.
Good.
I apologize about the hiccup. So yeah, welcome. Thank you again for joining.
Okay. Hopefully there won't be too much of a lag. So I wanted to talk about the clay at home kits. So the clay at home kits, I'll try to talk slower. Maybe that will help with the internet. So the most common way to work with clay at home is pinching and rolling out slabs. The clay at home kit comes with instructions and clay to create your masterpiece. So you take your clay and then you create your piece from it. So from this to this. And I will glaze and fire your piece. So another thing I wanted to talk about was glazes in bottles versus recipes in books. So every glaze has a recipe, although commercial glazes keep their recipe a secret. So for example, this is a commercial glaze and it's called boxed wine and it has a picture on it. If you look inside, it looks green. And the picture is purple. When this goes into the kiln, it becomes this. So this green color goes into the kiln and reaches 2,000 degrees, and you get this purple. Uh-oh, my internet says it's unstable. So that's the commercial glaze. But the thing is that you could make this glaze if you knew the recipe. So I have a book on glaze recipes, and that allows me to create any color I want. Knowing what's in the glaze allows you to make substitutions and changes to the recipe. All the glazes need a glass former, which is usually silica, and 2 fluxes to bring the temperature down to keep the glaze on the piece during the firing. So this is one of my recipe books. So you can see here, there's pictures of different colors at the bottom, and then there's recipes listed ingredients. So you choose what color you like, and then you mix together these ingredients. So this is a glaze recipe book, and it's the exact same thing as the stuff in here, but you can make it yourself. Once you've mixed those materials, once you've mixed that glass former, the fluxes, and the alumina, you have a clear glaze. So then you can start adding cobalt and making a blue glaze or red iron oxide to create like a reddish or a brown glaze. In a low lower than cone 10, you need a lower temperature glass former, which we use boron. So can you tell the difference between a commercial glaze and a studio glaze? So, for example, one of these is glazed in a commercial glaze, and one of these is a studio glaze. So you can write in the chat which one you think is the commercial glaze and which one you think I mixed. They're all mixed from the same chemicals, but one is commercial. So there's dark blue, and then there's the Celadon turquoise color. So you can let us know in the chat which one you think is the commercial glaze. So now I'm going to work on the pottery wheel, jump into the half studio. One thing I love about clay is it's a wonderful form of meditation. You really, when you work with clay, your focus is undivided. You can work on the wheel with your eyes closed because it's all about feeling the clay under your hands. So I'm going to move the camera a little bit down so that you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to actually look in the chat quickly and see who thought which one was which. Let's see. Oh, nobody guessed yet. That's okay. So I'm going to put these back up on my display shelf. And let's see. And so now I'm going to work on the pottery wheel.
Hey, Leah, I'm going to
lower this down a little bit so you can see.
Leah, I've been hearing from a couple folks that your video feed or your audio feed is very choppy and hard to kind of get what's going on. It's strange. I can see and hear you, but it's for some reason there might be some other issues getting out to the rest of the audience. If you don't mind, I apologize. I'm going to have to pull you off the screen and just see if we can figure out what's going on, and then we'll circle back to you. So thank you. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties, and we'll circle back to you in just a little bit. Just to make sure that we can kind of keep going with the program. It's so strange how this stuff happens. But thank you, and we'll catch up with you in a little bit. Apologize for that, everybody out there. But we're excited to see and hear from the rest of what Leah's working on. So we'll see if we can get her connection fixed and circle back to you. I'm really excited to highlight one of our next groups. If I Was a Bird Yoga does some really cool programming for kids and for families. And so I'm just excited to be able to show you what some of their classes look like. And we have a quick kind of 15-minute yoga session. So get ready to stand up, stretch your legs, and follow along with If I Was a Bird Yoga.
Hi families, namaste. My name is Tiffany Goldberg. I will be guiding us through a super fun, playful 15-minute demo for toddlers to about 7 or 8 years old, but anyone is welcome to join. For class today, feel free to grab a little animal friend to do yoga with or a doll, and maybe some scarves or ribbons or a blanket or something fun that you can dance with. If you don't have those things, no worries at all. Let's go ahead and get started. In tabletop pose, come to your hands and your knees. Spread your fingers nice and wide to your mat. Inhale, open your heart for cow pose. We're gonna say a really loud moo. Ready? Breathe in. Moo. Good. Cat pose. We round our spine. Look to your belly and arch your back like a cat. Meow. Let's do it again. Big breath in, open your heart. Biggest, loudest moo. Moo. Good. Cat pose. Look to your belly button and say meow. Good, tuck your toes, lift your knees and your bottoms up to the sky for downward dog. If you'd like, you can say woof woof or wag your dog tail. Take a big breath in, big breath out. Step forward and tickle your toes. You can pick up your animal friend, lift them high for mountain pose, and stretch side to side. Then lift them high, breathe in through your nose. And exhale, fold forward, set your animal friend down and tickle your toes. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Come to your knees, come to your belly for snake pose. What does the snake say? They say, push your hands down into the ground. Lift up, breathe in. And you can give your animal a kiss and take a little rest. Press back up to your tabletop pose on your hands and your knees. Downward dog, bottoms up. This time, if you'd like, you can lift one leg high for a little challenge and switch other leg up, one-legged dog. That's it, friends. Step forward, tickle your toes. Pick up your friend, lift them high, mountain pose. Stretch side to side, stretch the side of your body. Fold forward, set your friend down, tickle your toes. Come back to your knees, back to your belly for that snake pose. This time, try it with no hands or arms on the ground. Lift up your heart, keep your toes pushing into the ground. Good, back up to your knees, downward dog. We're gonna ribbit into frog pose. You can grab your friend and say ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Good. Okay, if you want, you can grab some scarves or ribbons for some sunshine dancing. Are you ready? Sunshine, sunshine. Open up your door, sunshine. Open up your door, sunshine. Open up your door. You can skip around the room. Sunshine and feel like that. Sunshine and sunshine and feel like. Open up like a big sun in the star pose. Stretch side to side. Sunshine and and you can twist your sunshine rays. You can close your sun and open your sun. Close, open, close, open. Good. Let sunshine and sunshine and feel like got some raindrops. Can you do raindrops? Maybe some stomping? What does rain and sun make? Does it make a rainbow? Can you stretch side to side and make a rainbow? Good job. Skip around. Sunshine. You guys are doing great. Let the sun shine in. Sunshine, 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 sunshine. Let the sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. And we freeze in that sunshine star pose. Great job, you guys. You can put your ribbons or scarves down. Feel your heartbeat. Take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Big breath in. Big breath out. Next, we're going to go to the jungles of China for some Kung Fu Panda. Are you ready? Let's come all the way up. Start to march it out. Kung Fu Fight. Yeah, good job. Arms up high and tickle your panda toes. Arms up and down. That's it. We'll step one leg back for warrior two. Bend that front knee back like a straight. You can stretch your arms out super strong. Good. Nice work, friends. All right, let's do some kung fu. Are you ready? Ready? We're gonna punch it. Kung fu. Hook. That's it. Fast as lightning. Hook. Hook. That's it. Feet together. Now other leg back for warrior 2. Turn your toes forward, bend your knee, arms out wide. Good, strong warrior 2 here. Squeeze your belly in. Let's get ready for those kung fu. Ready? Kung fu fighting. Hook, loud as ho. Ready? Fast as lightning. Hook, that's it. Hook, that's it. Hook, horse pose, toes out, heels in, bend your knees. Hook, that's it. Twist and punch it out. Hook, that's it. Hook. Awesome work, friends. One leg back for crescent lunge. Bend that front knee. Fast as lightning. Hook, that's it. Step together. Other leg back for crescent lunge. Bend the front knee. Hook, that's it. Loudest hook. Hook, yeah. Hook, good job. Any kung fu movement you want to do here. Hook. You can touch the ground. Hook, that's it. Oh, good job, guys. Hands to our heart. Take a deep breath in and out. Stretch your arms out wide. We're going to be beautiful birds today. Flying our wings. You can fly around your room at home. If I was a bird, I'd flap my wings all day. If I was a bird, I'd flap my wings all day. Flap my wings all day. If I was a bird. Good job. Let's get our elephant trunk and stomp into ragdoll pose as we hang our body low into ragdoll. Let's lift our trunk high. Take a big breath in. Grab your animal friend. We're going to swing him like a monkey. And we're going to jump like a kangaroo. If I was a kangaroo, I'd hop and hop all day. Hop and boing. Good job, you guys. Legs out, toes out. We're going to swing again like a monkey. Monkey. If I was a monkey, I'd swing from branch to branch. Swing from branch to branch. If I was okay, we know this one. This is snake pose. We've done it already. Let me see your snake. Take a little rest, friends. Take a breath in and out. Next, we're gonna get ready to run like cheetahs. Are you ready? Come into tabletop. Downward dog. Let's run like cheetahs. You ready? On your mark. Get set. Go! I'd run real fast all day. If I was a cheetah, I'd run real fast all day. Run real fast all day. If I was a cheetah. Good job, everyone. Bring your hands to your heart center. Feel your heart beating so fast. Take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Tree pose, you can use a wall or hold hands with a partner at home. Bring one foot to your ankle. You can grow your branches. Remember to breathe. Breathe in and out. Switch other foot, tree pose. Bring your foot to your ankle. Breathe in. Breathe out. Beautiful work, everyone. Let's come all the way down for some partner pose yoga. So one person comes into child's pose. You can put your animal friend on your back, or if you have someone at home that you're doing yoga with, they can come onto your back. And if you're the bottom person, you're gonna wrap your arms around their legs and take big, deep breaths. Breathe in, breathe out. One more big breath. Beautiful work, everyone. Slowly come all the way up. Butterfly pose, bring your feet together. Sit up nice and tall and think about what color your butterfly is today. So my butterfly is rainbow. You can sit up nice and tall and flap your wings. Hope everyone's having fun today. Sit up tall, flap your wings. Fly like a butterfly, fly like a butterfly, fly like a butterfly in the sky. Fly like a butterfly, fly like a butterfly, fly like a butterfly in the sky. Sleeping butterfly, bring your nose down towards your toes and be so quiet. Sleep like a butterfly, sleep like a butterfly, sleep like a butterfly through the night. Sleep like a butterfly, sleep like a butterfly, sleep like a butterfly through the night. Good work, everyone. Bring your legs out wide, open up your butterfly wings and stretch. Stretch like a butterfly, stretch like a butterfly, stretch like a butterfly, up so high. Stretch like a butterfly, stretch like a butterfly, stretch like a butterfly, up so high. Back to butterfly pose, flap your wings. Beautiful work, everyone. Bring your hands to your heart center and everyone say after me, I am kind, I am brave, I am happy, I am kind, I am brave, I am happy. To say thank you after yoga, we bring our hands to our forehead. We say namaste. I like to give namaste kisses to all my friends. Namaste kisses. So after this little yoga class, lay down at home for about 5 minutes to rest your body. You can grab a blanket and just relax for Shavasana. I would love to see you in my yoga studio. We have classes outdoor, indoor, virtual, so many options for kids to teens. If you did class with me today, please email us to be in our raffle for some free yoga classes. We hope to see you soon. Namaste kisses.
I feel so much more relaxed now. That was a lot of fun. I hope everybody was enjoying a fun little yoga session. If you have little ones at home, hope you're all able to enjoy that together. And please come down and check out If I Was a Bird Yoga and Tiffany's classes and online, and I see her link is there in the chat. So I hope, again, everybody enjoyed that. I'm going to take a little bit of a left turn here. Later on tonight, we have a great presentation from OBR Architecture, which is the lead architect in the Liberty Station project and the redevelopment. And just to get everybody just a little bit more familiar with that history and excited and just knowledgeable of how far we've come, we have a great little 6-minute reel about some of that history. And so I want to play that for you now. So I'm going to go ahead and cue that up.
Today, it's Liberty Station, a vibrant San Diego community. People live here, work here, they shop. By June of 1923, the U.S. Naval Training Station San Diego officially opened its gates, training up to 1,500 recruits at a time, housing them not in barracks, but in tents. The early 1940s welcomed dozens of new acres and buildings to the base, and by 1942, the recruits grinding their way through boot camp had swelled to 25,000. World War II ended. And for a short time, so too did the feeling of a thriving Navy community.
Well, in '48, they hadn't begun to renovate buildings or reconstruct. After World War II, the money was scarce. But the Korean War kind of accelerated those activities.
By the mid-1950s, life on the base was once again flourishing. And NTC had grown to more than 400 unforgettable acres.
When I first saw the base, and I thought it was beautiful, just beautiful. And I thought, I am so lucky to be here. And I have never forgotten that.
Years later, the Cold War ended. The military downsized, and the government called for the closure of NTC for good. San Diego's Naval Training Center, steeped in 75 years of history, a history rich with stories of recruits, their commanders, of the tens of thousands of men and women who walked through these gates. These are their voices, their memories. This is NTC San Diego.
So we get out of the bus, and we're there at the recruit reception center down there, and I'm scared to death. I'm thinking, what did I do?
It's a sentiment that echoes back to June of 1923 on this base.
My guess is the average sailor you see on the street and ask them where they started their career at, it probably would be NTC.
The sound of a new day at NTC San Diego. The sound of a new way of life for young recruits.
It was early, and you're all confused. You're scared, and you're not sure what's happening.
When you see in the movies how difficult and how grueling and how people are so fearful and frightened of the drill instructors or the company commander, that's really true.
Retired Chief Bosun's Mate John Ryan was one of many company commanders who helped shape the lives of countless recruits on this base over the years.
I observed that this was going to be a work, but I was prepared for the task because I love working with young men and whipping them into shape for shipboard way of life.
As a woman, I did feel unique because there were a few hundred of us on a base of 40,000 people. So it was a unique experience.
When Barbara Parker arrived at NTC in the 1950s, boot camp on the base was not an option for women. Waves, as they were called, did work on the base and attended a variety of Navy schools.
I was to attend storekeeper school there. When a new company of recruits would come in every week after they were processed in and everything, and they would line up, and we stood behind the counter and issued uniforms and shoes and everything as they walked past.
Over the years, NTC San Diego provided life-changing opportunities for thousands of people. For some, that meant entering the United States for the very first time.
We were granted independence in 1946. The Philippine government and the United States government agreed under the Defense Treaty of the United States to allow the United States to recruit at least 1,000 people every year as stewards.
Alfredo Damasco was 24 years old and a citizen of the Philippines when he was sworn into the United States Navy. Damasco's duties eventually led him into the Vietnam War and forever changed his life.
We were serving the United States Navy, and I guess we were ready to die for it, and that's how most of the Filipino guys, just like me, that came here. That's how we became U.S. citizens.
I think it's fitting that a landmark that encompassed so many millions of lives for our freedom should be preserved in one way or another.
The NTC Foundation, a nonprofit organization, is working vigorously to preserve the history of San Diego's Naval Training Center. The vision is to protect and maintain historic buildings, artifacts, and landscape around Liberty Station. Additionally, a variety of exhibitions and visitor services will provide creative history lessons on the many aspects of life at the training center. Unique educational programs also will be developed and implemented, especially for school children. We have the stories, the memories, and the voices. Now we need the support of our community to make sure those stories are told, to ensure the past is preserved for the future. NTC San Diego. Let the history not be lost.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you learned a whole lot about the history of Liberty Station. I know I'm just amazed every time I hear those stories about how the campus went through this just major redevelopment process. So I hope it was educational and entertaining. In just a moment, we'll get ready to say hi to the Solare team and learn about some of the new things happening there. Best little kept secret, there's an amazing new wine store here, but I'll let Randy from Solare tell you more about that. Before I get over to that, though, I do just want to thank My Point Credit Union one more time. They were such an amazing partner in helping support the event. They do amazing outreach to the community. They're based right here in Liberty Station, right here in Point Loma, so they're neighbors. And so just thank you again. I'm going to show their reel, and then we'll say hi to Randy.
We believe life is about doing what inspires you, what drives you, what truly matters to you. So, what do you want to do? At My Point Credit Union, we help you do better, do more, do life the way you want to do it. Ready? Let's go do this.
Thank you again, My Point. Okay, now I'm excited to get underway and welcome Randy to the stage. Let's see, Randy, I've invited you to the stage. You might need to turn on your camera or your mic.
Should be there. Oh, hang on a second there.
I think
let's see, everything should be on. Give me a moment. Let's see here.
Sometimes it just takes a minute to turn on
there
the
video.
Go. There we go.
Yeah, I had to do it a couple of times. Good to see you. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everybody.
Great to see you, Great to see you guys over there.
Absolutely.
Hey, Patrick.
Down here, I'll jump so you can see me. That's okay.
Well, I'm so glad you could join us tonight. We're really excited to hear about some of the new additions and changes happening to Solare, and I can't wait to at the end of this, come down and visit you guys for some mezcal or something. So,
well, you're going to have to, because even though we are a Solari wine market, we have very good spirits. We have Fortaleza tequila. We have great mezcals and more. But before I show you this wonderful wine market that we've created, I just want to say just a couple of words, because it's been really exciting here in Liberty Station. First of all, the weather's been great. We see people picnicking everywhere. So we've been very excited that we are allowed at Solari to now be open for dining on our 2 heated patios. So I know many of you watching have been to Solari. If you haven't yet, this is a good opportunity. The weather is absolutely gorgeous. And so we have 2 heated patios. We have great dishes. You can call us to make a reservation or go to open table, but we're excited about that. We also are doing wonderful weekend menus every weekend. For $38, you get a 3-course meal. You can choose different items during the menu. Really a lot of fun. And then this is Super Bowl weekend. So we're actually doing a Super Bowl package. So for everybody watching the game at home, we can hook you up with Sicilian meatballs, our special lamb chops that are incredible. You can get our charcuterie Italian style. So if you want to do something for the Super Bowl, we are here for you. You can just pick it up around, I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, go home, settle in, and you're ready to go. So those are some of the exciting things. Before we're done, I'll also tell you a little bit about what we're doing for Valentine's Day, because it's going to be here before we know it. It's maybe 8 days away. So we're excited about that. But now I'm going to pass it off to the Italian wine ambassador. So Petra Boliti has been certified by the national government of Italy to be a certified wine ambassador for the world. There was a lot of testing, a lot of studying, certification. So Petra is one of about 200 people worldwide that have received this certification. So I'm going to pass it off to her. She's going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing on the Italian wine market on the Italian side. And then if she lets me, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing on the domestic side and maybe some of the mezcal, because that's what Andrew comes down to drink literally every day. It's fun. Well, not Sundays, but 6 days a week, Andrew and I drink a little bit of mezcal together. But Petra, talk to us about Italian wine.
First of all, welcome to the Solari Wine Market. And I'm going to ask Randy, who's holding the camera now, to follow me and have a look at this beautiful space that we created. So we did this for multiple reasons. One of which, the most important, is this is the time to pivot, to have great ideas, right? COVID taught us that you can't be just pretty much not changing anything. You have to be ready to make changes and to be flexible with what happens in the world. So that's kind of why we opened that, but also because we believe that Point Loma has nothing like this. So we want to become kind of your place where you want to go when you want to find not just a very special bottle of wine, you're going to find many of those here, but also everyday drinking wines and discover amazing gems from Italy. So this is what you're going to find at Solari. So follow me. Let's have a look. So this is how we organize the shop, as you can see it. So we are in the world of Italy right now. And here, yes, you'll find your Chardonnay, you'll find your Pinot Grigio, but you'll find, for example, let me get this out here. A beautiful, and I'll show you another one of those. You can do some Vernaccia di San Gimignano, the beautiful white from Tuscany, the only famous white wine coming out from Tuscany, the only white DOCG. They call it the white in the land of reds. You can find Pecorino, and I'm looking for the bottle, but we have a beautiful Pecorino from Umani Ronchi, Pecorino from Ciucciu. Those are all friends and suppliers that we've been working with for years. And then you find beautiful varietals such as Verdicchio. And here you are on the east coast of Italy. Pretty much you go on the beach and you say, hello, Croatia, just to make sure you understand where this comes from. Beautiful, beautiful white wine that we've been selling also by the glass for a couple of years now, Randy, right?
We have.
Then you have bottles of wine such as, going back to Tuscany and Vernaccia, Some of you are following might have actually met the beautiful winemaker behind this bottle, which is Elisabetta Fagioli, in the heart of San Gimignano, possibly one of the most iconic and famous producers of Vernaccia, traditional Vernaccia. An amazing lady who's really a good friend of Solare and all of us. And then we get into the beautiful selection. Randy, if you want to show them. Here was all or some of our Piemonte selection is. So from beautiful Nebbiolo, Barbera, and then you get into the aged wines, Barbaresco, Barolo, you name it. They're all here and all at amazing prices. But most importantly, some of these bottles, you won't be able to find them anywhere else. So we are your place where to come. Here, welcome to my region. There we go. This is our beautiful display of Tuscany, where you find everything from simple everyday Chiantis, more important Chiantis, like one of our favorite, the Poggio Rosso from San Felice, made by a winemaker who's an amazing person. His name is Leonardo, and is a very, very good friend of us too. We can take you there, by the way, if you ask us. Right in the heart of Chianti Classico. And then you have our amazing selection of Super Tuscan. So where Sangiovese and autochthon varietals start playing with international varietals. So Cabernet Sauvignon, Cabernet Franc, and Merlot, of course. So over here you find all our beautiful red blends from Tuscany. And then you go to other regions, such as Umbria, Veneto, these guys here, Dal Forno. If you are Amarone lovers, you need to come here and get some of these wines. We're talking 2007, 2008 vintages that are not available any longer. So if you want one of those, you gotta come see us. Then you have our bubble selection, as you can see here, from Prosecco to Lambrusco, from classic method, so Champenoise method, but made in Italy. I'm mentioning one here, Benanti, a classic method made out of autochthon varietals on the Vulcano Etna from Benanti, one of the most historical producers on Mount Etna. And more here. So here we have kind of our, I'd say, special selection for the big guys from Piemonte. You see a bit of them here. And of course, back in my region, right underneath, we have all our beautiful Brunellos. And for those who want to have some fun with Randy and I, underneath you find all amazing different varietals from other regions of Italy. So when I talk about like special gems that you might not find anywhere else, this is it. So an amazing selection of wines where you can find easy drinking wines that you may have had before, but also something peculiar that you may never had. Discover something fun and say, oh, I actually do like this. Maybe I can step away from my usual Pinot Grigio and try to drink something else. So we are here because we want to offer you this, educate you, and just have fun. And just have fun showcasing amazing Italian wines. But Randy, let's go and look at our domestic selection now, because that's even amazing as well.
Great. Let me pass the camera back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so before we head to strictly domestic, I just want to let everybody know, and hopefully you're having fun, you're learning more about wines as we're doing this. We're not trying to have it just be simply a push on buying wine, but to learn a little bit about wines. But this entire row here are actually great wines from Baja California. So these are wines from Valle de Guadalupe. So this is one of my personal favorites, Carrodilla. This is in the Baja wine country. It's just 90 minutes away. So we have a great selection that you can come by if you want to try either whites or rosé or red wines from Baja, Valle de Guadalupe. One thing that Petra touched on briefly is that Petra and I team up and we have a great tour we do of Tuscany and other areas of Italy. We haven't done that in the last year for obvious reasons, but we did it many of them before that. We are planning to do it again as soon as the world conditions allow. So we would love to take you on one of our tours to see some of the wine regions, the food, the culture, from the eyes of Petra and I. We have a very behind-the-scenes tour, a lot of really great connections with people. And I'm also bringing it up because we can do the same thing, right here in Baja. So like, for example, this bottle of wine right here from Santo Tomas, it is a gorgeous Tempranillo Cabernet mix. You can get this bottle for $19. So if you're driving home, or if you're in the area, or you're having dinner with us, you want to pick up a bottle or two for the weekend, you could have one of just a delicious, delicious bottle of wine for 19 bucks. And it's also a local winery, just 90 minutes away with our friends just north of Ensenada. But Petra, let's now go to the United States. Let me first start over here. We are very supportive of the wines of San Diego County. So these are actually San Diego County wines that you see. So you can see them right on the list here. San Diego County produces some great wines. In particular, one I like, Aralto, right in Escondido. The grapes are grown there. It's bottled there. This is a wonderful bottle of wine. We have many other wineries from San Diego County that if you want to try what's going on in Ramona Valley, or if you want to try what's going on with the Highland Valley area, I think they're producing some really great wines. If you've been to Temecula, I think their wines are good. But for me, I think actually Ramona Valley and Highland Valley is a little bit better. If we swing around, we have some of the classics as well. We have a wide selection of wines from Napa Valley, from Sonoma Valley. So if we look at Napa, many of you may be familiar with Cane 5, one of the classics. We have a 2012 vintage, perfectly aged, ready to go. We have a wine called Ghost Block that everybody really loves. It's a great bottle of wine. Again, you can get a great Napa Valley wine for $27. You can't beat it. And then there's some that you'll definitely recognize. Like we have Camus. And then we also have wines such as Silver Oak as well. So many of you may be familiar with the Silver Oak brand. We have those also available, as well as some wines that are not quite so popular, including some great wines from Paso Robles. So you may know of Dow. They've become a very famous winery. They're in Paso Robles. We also have other wines from people like Adelaida.
Magazine.
Absolute gem of a wine. You're going to love this wine. So we have a great, great, great selection of wines from California also. Whites, reds, and so on. And as I said before, this isn't just about us trying to push wines on you. It's also very educational. Come by. We're happy to share with you what we know about wines, how to taste wines. Now that we're open again for dining on our patios, we're holding wine tastings. You just have to call us. If you'd like us to pull together a bundle of 6 or 12 bottles, we can do that for you in a little case. You just let us know your budget. We can do a package of, $15 wines, put them in a box, send you on your way. You'll have a nice selection that you can try at home. And then the final thing I'll mention, and I'll get ready to pass it back to you, Andrew, because I think we're almost out of time, amazingly, is we are wanted to announce to you that we're doing a great wine dinner on Thursday, February 25th. Not that long away, 20 days away, with Antinori. And Antinori is arguably the most famous, most prestigious winery in all of Italy. They've been continuously operating for like 600 years. I can't even imagine that. But we're going to be doing a winemaker dinner with Antinori in about a little bit less than 3 weeks. So give us a call if you'd like to be part of it. We do great pairings with our food. You're going to be all safe and sound on our patios. Everything's going to be a really great time. So Andrew, I think it's time for us to pass it back to you. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Solari Wine Market. As you can see, Petra and I have at least a little bit of passion about what we're doing here. And see you soon. And Andrew, I have your favorite mezcal tasting mug ready to go with actually a different mezcal I don't even think you've had yet. So we'll be ready for you when this is all done.
I'm excited. Well, thank you again, Randy. It was great to see everything inside. That's all the new and different, the wine shop you're working on. We'll look forward to talking to you a little bit later this evening.
Okay. Hey, good luck. Thanks, everybody. Ciao.
Ciao. I'm hungry. I hope you guys are too. Okay, so we're going to change gears a little bit. I'm really excited to be able to highlight one of our newest tenants. Norma Brinker does some amazing work And we have just a quick little highlight into her process and just to show you a little bit about her work. So here is Norma Brinker.
Hi, welcome to Liberty Station, Barracks 19, Studio 210. I'm Norma. This is Norma Brinker Fine Art. Today I'm going to do a painting demonstration. First I want to share with you the colors that I use. These are my favorite colors. Most of my work has these colors in them. I use teal, fluorescent magenta, yellow. Sometimes I use gold. I use white. And I sometimes also use black. So first what I'm going to do is do an undercoat of the painting that I'm going to do. I'm an abstract mixed media artist, so most of my work is abstract and it's very colorful. I hope you like colorful because that's my thing. So I'm going to go ahead and do the undercoat. And then I'm going to take you on a little tour of the space. Normally I put really thick layers of gesso on my paintings before I get started, and I normally use a lot of paint. My paintings have several layers. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that pretty? Oh my goodness. These colors just really do something to my mental and emotional state, because color, as you know, is therapeutic, and that's why I paint. It's just for the colors. I'm not too much into the subject matter. It's just working with the different colors and seeing how they react with each other. And this is usually how I start my paintings. I mean, look at that. That's just great the way it is with those colors. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, so now I'm gonna let that dry a little bit. Of course, it's gonna take a while to dry, but I'll come back to that. And I'm gonna take you on a little tour of my workspace. It's a little messy, I have to warn you, because I'm like a cook in the kitchen when I'm painting. Stuff is everywhere. So here we are. This is where I do my thing. I have my paint table here. I usually paint on a table, not so much on an easel. But this is where it all happens. I have my little Purple Thunder sewing machine there because I also do journals, junk journals. So this is where it all happens. I do a lot of different things. I have these little gift boxes here that I paint. I have some small paintings. I work small sometimes. I also have creams that I make and shea butter creams, Breathe Easy formula, soaps, different things. I have tote bags. These actually have my art on them. These are vintage bags that I sewed. They're called My Bag, and I also made these. These are just made from some fabric that I purchased. As you can see, there's art on the wall in all of my favorite colors. I love painting sunflowers. This painting here was actually done with just sponges. No brush, just a dab of the sponge. There's more sunflowers here. This is abstract, mostly abstract. I also make these little miniature fine art cards. They're good for gift giving. They can be framed. They're all handmade, original, they're all different. You won't ever find cards that are the same. They're all different. So let's get back to the demonstration here. So I'm going to try to finish this. I'm going to put some paint on my palette here so I don't have to work out of the container. So I've got my magenta, I've got my yellow, I've got some white going on here, some teal. So as you can see, my palette is pretty full. Normally what I do is I run hot water over it. I peel it off and I make these little hearts. You will see these in a lot of my artwork. So let's go ahead and... Now I don't know what the outcome is going to be because I paint intuitively, abstract, just going with the flow of things. Right now, I'm going to add some gold to this. Some people say that they can't paint, but all you have to do is just let go of your inhibitions and just go for it. Look at that. Look the way the magenta blends in with the yellow. Add a little bit of white here. Gosh, I'm really liking this. What do you guys think? Now I'm gonna get some teal going on here, and of course blue and yellow creates a green color, which I don't want too much of that because I want to mix some magenta in here, and I like to study how the colors interact as I'm painting. I think I need a little bit more magenta over in this area, and of course it mixes with the teal and makes a purple color. Ooh, I'm really liking this. Sometimes people ask me, well, what were you thinking when you painted that? Did you have anything in particular in mind? Or sometimes I do. Most of the time I don't. I just paint, play with the colors, and see how they interact. And So that's what I do. Put some magenta down here and bring it over here. With abstract art, the composition is very important. Some people look at abstract and they don't consider it real art, and there's no real skill, but there is. Abstract art is harder for some artists than realism. And with realism, you can look at it and see it for what it is, but I like abstract because it's very interesting. It's almost like, what did Tom Hanks say? Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Well, abstract is a lot like that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Got a little light here. This is called composition, making it all come together. Look at that. Ooh, I love this. This is exciting to me. That's yellow up here. You have to be careful when mixing colors. You really have to know which colors go together and which colors don't. Sometimes if you blend too many colors together, you end up with mud. I mean, mud is okay, but if you don't want mud, then it's not okay. Look at that. Look at how these colors are blending. So from the magenta and the turquoise and the yellow and the gold, maybe I need some gold in here. I love painting with gold. You can create all these different colors with this palette. Look at that. So if you have a wall space that you need some art and you want to create it yourself, I do one-on-one paint classes. I also accept commissions. Look at that. Looking kind of cool and warm at the same time. Look at that. Put some white in there.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the introduction to Norma's studio and enjoyed her work. There'll be a little bit more of her presentation and her painting process, and we'll share that a little bit later. It'll be on YouTube. But I definitely wanted to make sure that we didn't miss our next big highlight coming up with San Diego Dance Theater. Tonight they're introducing and welcoming their new artistic director, Terry Wilson. And so I know it'll be a lot of fun tonight. So I do want to jump over to that. And again, I just really wanted to also quickly mention we couldn't fit everything into this one evening's program. So there are some things happening outside of here. I know Nina Montanjaro is going live on Instagram at some point tonight, a little later, sorry. And Leslie Pierce is also going live. And I know those links will be in our chat. But without further ado, I do want to kick things over and have us enjoy some dance tonight. So bear with me for one moment, and we will cue that performance up.
Should I sit up? I don't want to sit up. Okay. Did I see Katie Stevenson there?
You did,
yeah. I'm close to see Christmas. That's great. Katie's, you're going by Catherine. How lovely.
Oh, yeah. It's for work.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of kids in the house.
Hello. Hello, San Diego. And
hi, Christopher.
and Wayne. Hello, Marcus Duran. Oh my goodness.
I'm King Isaac.
Drummer?
Yeah, I am It wasn't 4 days ago.
Sorry, one second. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. I'll cue up the San Diego Dance Theater in one moment.
Gene's muted. We can't hear. You need to unmute, Gene.
Responsibility. Sorry? There you go. Start over. I'm starting over as the artistic director. As of 4 days ago, I am no longer the artistic director. After 24 years and 47 years with two other dance companies, I just think it's incredibly wonderful that I don't have to do this anymore. And somebody else with incredibly huge shoulders, Terry Wilson, is going to pick up the slack and keep everything going. And she's such a perfect person to do this job. You know, she's a workhorse. If you know Terry, she's always the first one that says she'll do it. And then she does do it. That's the part. That's really great. She does it. So she's 4 days old in this job and doing a wonderful job. Poor thing, she's started her writing the grants right away, which is the least fun thing to do in a nonprofit dance company, but she's learning really fast and doing a great job. So when you come around to think about who can really do this work, we're not just talking about dance makers, because she's a lovely dance maker, careful and well-crafted and thoughtful about the work, but she also has that idea about the community and what it takes to have a dance company in a community like ours, which is not at the center of the dance world in any way, shape, or form. But we do have a good dance community, and she has the right energy to build and continue to build what we have. So that's Terry. And I want to say, in my own selfish way, I really, she has said for many years, I really want your legacy and the work that you do, Gene, to continue. And so I'm committed to teaching other dancers from other generations, a new generation of dancers, the work that you did. So when somebody tells me that, man, I'm like, oh, thank you, Terry. So that's really why Terry is our new artistic director. She's fabulous. She cares about people. She does the work, and she does her own work equally well. So let's welcome Terry Wilson. Let me see. Do I take this?
it's so good to see you all. Hi, I'm so thrilled that you're here. It's a big week, a big year, and I don't want to cry. Woo! All right. Well, we live in this virtual world, so it's really, really super good to see all of your faces and taking this time in the afternoon to come in and welcome me on to this experience, this journey. And you're all welcome to come and watch us unfold as we get out of this pandemic. As Jean said, I've been around for a long time, standing next to her. Sorry. Third eye. You all know the story. So we're going to look at some work that I did as a younger dancer in my 20s, 28, 29, 30s. And then we'll look at some when I'm 37, 38, 40. And then we're going to look at some of the choreography that I made over the years. So I'm so thrilled that you're all here. I see some of you are my young students and some of you have been in class with me. All of you have probably studied with Jean at some point. I thank you for touching our lives. So I think we should start. Okay, so let's see. In the very beginning of my career, I had short, spiky hair. And then towards the end of my career, I had a French braid in my hair. So that's how you would tell the difference of the time. But the first one you saw was Elegy with Faith Jensen Isbay and myself. The work is Vivaldi, choreographed by Gene Isaacs. The second one was Skin with the three dancers, Veronica Martin, Liz Lee, and myself, or Liz Lee Fong and myself. That was made in, 98, maybe 99, sometime around there. The third part was the second part of Skin with Peter Kalivas, which we actually never performed again, the sort of adagio aspect of it. Then we saw Tabula Rasa, which is one of Gene's, in my opinion, one of Gene's most famous dances, really satisfying to dance, also, although all of them were very satisfying to dance, which is why we shared them with you. We think for that as a classic work by Gene. Then let's see, we saw after that, American Beauty. We made that, I believe, in 1999. And that was a much longer piece, and we were equated to the American Beauty, the rose, right? So it was really fun in the end for dancers to have the rose petals fall on you. There's nothing like that. And then we finished up with Canopy, which goes back a bit, was made in about 1992, and it had to do with the rainforest in South America. And as you can see in the end, when we get very fast and whippy, this is sort of coming back into the urban jungle. So we kind of went between the two spaces of South America and urban, concrete everywhere. If you notice, we really whip our bodies around. We really pushed those edges of what we could do with our anatomy. So it was very satisfying to do those dances, and that's what I'd like to share as I move forward into this position. I want people to experience what I experienced. I see Christopher Palakian in the room, and he used to come and teach in the summers and, just changed us as dancers. And he later came and choreographed on our company. I think that was 2003 or 2, right, Chris? I don't know. Anyway, so I would like the people in San Diego, the dancers in San Diego, to experience what I was able to experience as a young dancer. Gene brought in our guest artists all the time. We had summer workshops all through the summer. We got to train with many different people, and then we had the home base, mostly with Isaacs, McCaleb, and dancers, and then San Diego Dance Theater after 97. So this is what I'd like to pass on as the experience that I had. We were able to go to Europe, we were going to Mexico, New York City several times, San Francisco, in a limousine, really fun times, and I would like to create that for my dancers in the company. We have a lovely company of dancers, and I'm looking forward to working with them in the future when we get out of this pandemic. So the next thing you're going to see is some work that I've created on the company. The very first thing is wayfinding, which we filmed in the airport as a partnership with the San Diego International Airport, their artisan residency program. And we had so much fun. And when we made this film, I was like, oh yeah, fun, we had fun. And then we were able to make a concert piece called Crossroads. And then in the end, Words Move, which we just made in August, September, October, was a virtual performance. So what you're going to see now is my own choreography, and you'll probably see some touches of Jean in there, so enjoy.
I want you to know one thing. You know how this is. If I look at the crystal moon, at the red branch of the snow autumn at my window, if I touch near the fire the impeccable ash, or the wrinkled body of the Lord, everything carries me to you, as if everything that exists are now my source, and my roots will settle to see to the land. But if each day, each hour, are my own, in me all that fire is repeated. In me nothing is extinguished or forgotten. My love feeds in me.
Welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed the dance performances by Terry Wilson, who's now the new artistic director of San Diego Dance Theater. We're really excited to work with her in the coming months and years, and see the direction that she takes the company. And just remind everybody that you can come and see performances once we get back to some normal procedures here on campus at Arts District Liberty Station. But to look for San Diego Dance Theater's programs. I know they do a lot of virtual things online, and they also have really made a name for themselves with their site-specific dance performances, so I know that they'll be doing a lot of amazing work in the coming months and years ahead. So we look forward to seeing more of Terry Wilson. With that, I'm really excited to circle back and see what's happening in Solare and learn a little bit more about what's going on and how to prepare for our Valentine's Day holiday coming up and Super Bowl weekend. Randy, I'm welcoming you to the stage again. Are you there? Can you? Good evening, sir. Good to see you again. Long time no see. Your mic might be muted.
Oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. I'm here with my colleague and good friend, Filippo Piccini. I don't know if you can see him. There we go. Ciao. Thank you, Andrew. We really appreciate the opportunity to say hi to everybody on this beautiful Friday night here in Liberty Station. There are people just running all around Liberty Station outside, socially distanced, of course. Filippo and I decided not to have our masks on for this one to make talking a little bit easier. We spend a lot of time together, as you can imagine, every day. But we are excited to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing with our Valentine's Day menus, and also share with you other things that are happening here for us at Solari. So we're looking forward to that. I am going to, now that we're getting started, go ahead and put my mask back on again. Just want to make sure we are all set. But, you know, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Andrew, for this opportunity. Just so you know, right now we're in the Solari wine room. And given that it's 6 o'clock on a Friday night, there should be, well, to be clear, you should be in this wine room, because normally on a Friday night, this room is just packed. It's a very popular place to be. We're super excited to be able to be open for dining indoors again when that's safe and sound. It's been made clear by our elected officials that it's not safe and sound yet. But at that point, when we can open up and do dining here again, we'd love to do so. As you know, you're just surrounded by really great wines as you sit in the wine room, and we take care of you with extremely good Italian food made by Chef Filippo Pacini and his team. As you may know, Chef was born and raised in Tuscany, and he brings a very authentic flavor. What we're going to do is talk a little bit about what we're doing here at Solari. We have a full menu. We have very special dishes. But before I do, Chef had told me that he wanted to spend a little bit of time just talking about what's going on in Tuscany right now. What's the weather like in his hometown? What's going on with coronavirus? And then what does it mean to do Valentine's Day if you're running a restaurant in Tuscany? So Filippo, I'm going to pass it off to you to talk a little bit to the audience about what's life like in Tuscany.
Oh, actually, right now it's very cold. Weather is not gentle at all. February is the last of the cold weather days in Tuscany. And then they're going to see March, very nice days. And then we start with a very hot summer. So, yeah, Valentine's is the first real big event in Italy after the winter. So it's kind of the start of the spring. And we love to go out and celebrate. So I basically design a menu thinking about my own town and my own experience. But
I mean, on Valentine's Day itself, is it the same as here where the restaurants are packed and all the couples like to go out and have a special dinner on Valentine's Day?
Yeah,
is it similar?
It's a very romantic thing, and it's not like actually like here we have this only couple, really lovers thing. It's not like friends sharing the Valentine's Day, or just you and your wife, you and your fiance.
But you're saying, I'll just slide it back here. You're saying in Italy it usually is couples, or is it usually more
only
friends?
couples.
Only couples. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it is here too, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I see that here is more a friend day.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just so everybody knows, we are all set for our Valentine's Day here at Solari. It's going to be on a Sunday this year. So I think it's about maybe 9 days away or 8 days away from right now. If you're interested in joining us here at Solari, we'd love to have you give us a call. Filippo and I would make sure you got a great table. Mention that you watched us on this broadcast with Andrew and the team at NTC. We could do some very special things for you. And then Filippo, I thought you might want to just talk a little bit about the menu, describe what we're doing, because Chef Filippo loves doing, I think his main ones are Christmas Eve dinner, New Year's Eve dinner, and Valentine's Day, because he can really do some things that he loves doing back in Tuscany. So talk to us a little bit about the menu that we're having, and then give some of the history on some of the dishes as well.
Yeah, basically, what I was saying, after the winter, that's the first holiday. So I came out with all traditional dish from Tuscany. The ricotta is a big thing on my hometown, so I want to start with that. Sheep ricotta, tortino with mosto cotto. Mosto cotto is like how you explain the grape.
Yeah, it's like the must like in the winemaking process, it's the must with the grape. So it's a very extracted grape flavor. So a grape extract
is close to the balsamic without acidity, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for everybody. So it's a little welcome at Solare. And then we start with the choices. So for who loves fish, we did an amazing lobster bisque. For whoever loves the meat, we did the ciccia cruda, which is our famous tartare. You might already tried. It's seasoned with the beef grease, the fat of the animal. We render and we extract the good part, and we season the meat with it, and we serve with cured egg yolk. And it's very popular, and you should try.
Now, just to interrupt, I know it doesn't sound necessarily good to the average American ear, but when he says that he takes the rendered fat, the grease of the beef, mix it in with the beef and the tartare, all I have to say is you have no idea how good that tastes. If you've had our ciccia cruda, which is the meat tartare, you know what I'm talking about. But if you haven't, definitely give us a call, and we might be able to get one for you, even if you cannot come to the Valentine's Day dinner. It is delicious.
And it's actually very healthy also. Even
And
if
very
you don't
healthy.
think about it, but it's better than seasoning with any other grease.
Yep.
And then we have the salad, which we love to do always a vegetarian option, and we have it as well. So fava beans are in season, and what better than fava beans for Valentine's? So we did this spinach pecorino toscano fava bean salad, and then we start with the primi. Primi in Italian is basically a pasta course, and we do a lasagna with lamb, the famous lamb lasagna, lamb ragu that we already put on the menu with pappardelle. This time it's gonna season the lasagna. And then for the fish side, we did the linguine with clams, vongole in Italian, and the risotto with artichoke, and ciliegio, which is a wine from my area, reduction. That's a great choice for vegetarian as well. And then we go with secondi, which is another course. And you can choose from the salmon. We have a great source of salmon, and we love to do a particular preparation, which is a roll. I will explain better than me.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think one thing that Chef Filippo does is he has a really creative approach to doing the preparation and the display of the food when it comes to the table. So typically when you get a filet, I mean, it's going to be, like a rectangle, like there's your food, eat your rectangle, you're done. But that can sometimes cause the edges and the top get a little bit dry. What Chef Filippo did is he came up with a really clever way, and I'm sure he's learned it throughout his whole career, but a clever way where it basically is this round way of pulling or gathering the salmon together. So it really stays super moist, super rich, absolutely delicious to have. And you kind of pull it apart as you eat it. And he calls it like a rosetta or a rose, because from the top it kind of looks a little bit like a rose, sort of. But it's absolutely outstanding. And we have a really great source for king salmon that we're using for our Valentine's Day dinner.
So the rose for Valentine's is enough.
And the rose for Valentine's Day. There you go. I didn't even know that until he told me right now. Very clever.
Then we have the tagliata with truffle, and the truffle is going to be the white fish. I mean, there is this kind of truffle in Tuscany that is not that well known as the white or the black. I mean, there are many kind of different black. This is the only other white besides the very famous and super expensive one. That's a little bit more affordable, but still kind of expensive.
Yeah.
And we love to do it. It's very seasonal, so we're gonna have it like for a month or so, not even. It's called marzolino or marzuolo, and it's white. It's a white truffle that you have only in this season, February to March 15, and then it's gone. And we want to do a tagliata, so a very good tagliata with truffle marzolo. We have Angus beef ribeye, and we're gonna season with marzolo truffle and truffle sauce.
So keep in mind, these marzolo truffles, as Chef Filippo mentioned, there's maybe 4, 5, 6 main types of truffles in Italy. And for those of you that don't know for sure but are afraid to ask, we're not talking chocolate truffles. We're talking about a type of almost like a not a mushroom, but like a fungus that grows underground. And it's maybe going to be about maybe that big, and it's going to be like maybe 18 inches or so underground. And they use dogs to find it because of their great sense of smell. And so they go out and they do truffle hunting, which you've maybe heard of. And so the truffles that this guy gets are from contacts he's had his whole life in Tuscany, because these come from Tuscany, right?
Yeah. Actually,
and we fly in. Go ahead.
I think we were the first to request our guy to ship in the United States, because it's not famous at all here in the United States. Nobody cares, and so it is not sold here.
Yeah,
we probably one of the only restaurants in California to sell.
So if you remember one thing from this little talk we're doing, ask us about these Marzolo truffles, because we're probably going to have it until the beginning of March. We can do really interesting things with this. Forget about the Valentine's Day menu. Well, don't forget about it, but ignore that for a moment. If you want to come and try some Marzolo truffles with us, just give us a little bit of a heads up and we can work with you. This guy is amazing.
We almost finished the menu. We have a dessert, panna cotta all'arancia and chocolate, and I skipped one, which is the vegetarian option for the main course, because I want you to talk about it since it's your idea. And
so Chef Filippo occasionally lets me come up with some ideas for the menu. 99% of them are his. But we were debating what to do for a great option for the vegetarian diner. And one thing I love, I get vegetarian food all the time. I love it when you go somewhere and they have the really large beets and they oven roast them like a steak. They put on really nice sweet onions and basically treat the whole thing like it's a steak. It's a very filling, wonderful meal, assuming you like beets. I love beets. If you oven roast a great sweet beet in the correct way and kind of present it like a steak, it's a wonderful, wonderful dish. So we're going to be doing that as our secondi or our main course for Valentine's Day. We'll probably do it before and after as well. So if you like beets and you want to give something to try, ask for it. We'll have it on the menu.
Yeah, that's all for the menu. We finished with the panna cotta.
So you talk about the panna cotta with the orange,
the panna cotta with the orange and chocolate, or the amazing cocktail that Seth crafted for us.
Many of you guys know Seth on our team. He's a great bartender. He came up with a cocktail based on a strawberry extract he's done called Summer Camp Kiss. So I don't know if we all remember our first kiss at summer camp, but in this slightly chilly but nice weather, it creates a great memory. So I believe that, Andrew, we might have taken exactly the amount of time we should have. I want to thank you again for letting us talk about the art that we call food, and the artist, who's by name of Filippo Pacini. And with that, Andrew, I'm going to send it back to you. And I love the dance performance we saw ahead of time. So I think what you're doing here is amazing.
Oh, thank you, Randy. Thank you, Chef. It was great to see you guys. And yeah, if you haven't tried the truffles at Solari, they're absolutely amazing. I've had them, and at your suggestion, I've been to Italy and tried them there, and it's every bit as amazing as you get it there. So go check out Solari's truffles and those beets. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be down there soon for those. So thank you very much. Have a great Friday.
Okay, bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope that got you hungry and thirsty, and hope that you can come check out Solari tonight, this weekend, whenever you get the hankering, and enjoy. Up next, I'm really excited to mention that we have a feature from Reading Legacies. They're one of our local tenants who've actually expanded during COVID, creating opportunities for families to connect from remote locations. So we're going to hear a little bit about their reading room. But they have a great interview with local author, artist, and politician Tom Hom about the importance of reading stories and sharing lessons intergenerationally through your family. So I think it's a lot of fun. It's just really thought-provoking and pulls on your heartstrings. So I'm going to go ahead and cue that up.
Thank you, Tom Hom and Loretta Lum, for joining me today. I'm so glad to get to speak with both of you and learn from both of you and your life experiences a little bit. So, Tom, you have had quite the run in your 94 years. You were elected to the San Diego City Council in 1963. You played a major role in the development of downtown. You have artwork in the San Diego Chinese Historical Museum. The list goes on and on. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about your second book, The Watermelon Story, which you have donated copies to us. Thank you. And in your book, you share about a lesson that your father taught you and your 11 siblings. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, about responsibility and caring for one another through a watermelon. So my first question to you is, how does the importance of families passing down life lessons through generations, how did that inspire your writing for The Watermelon Story? Why did you feel it was such an important story to write?
Well, you know, stories have to have a beginning from way back. And it goes back with my father when he came to America when he was 15. That was 1909. And one of the first places he went to when he got off the ship on the boat in San Francisco, he was taken to a Presbyterian church in Chinatown, San Francisco. And there he learned the Bible story of David and Goliath. He was so impressed with David, he adopted that as his American name, David Hom. So he eventually, shortly, he came to San Diego where he had extensive families there. And so he became a fruit peddler. And later he opened his own warehouse called David Produce Company. And we had the company for about 80 years in the family. But anyway, that was the beginning. And so from there, when he reached an age to be married, he went back to China. And there his parents and some friends with a daughter met in a grocery store, and that's how he met his potential wife. And so they married and brought her to America, and they had 12 children, 9 boys and 3 girls. The story goes on that with 12 children, naturally the mother can't take care of them all. The oldest boy, Jim, went to the produce market to work with my dad, and as his company was growing. And so the second brother, Alan, myself, and the next brother, Wellman, and the next brother, Herbert, we were there to take care of the younger ones, the younger brothers and sister. So we each were, took the responsibility of the one that we take care of. We would change diapers and did the work, help feed them and so forth. So that's how we work. We worked together, we were assigned. And so that was basically the structure of our family.
Well, that is amazing and wonderful. You are the 3rd oldest in your family, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I remember reading it in your book. Yeah, that's definitely, and those are irreplaceable experiences for everyone involved, I'm sure. It's all hands on deck. We got to look out for one another, right?
Yes. Well, with 12 children, and my dad had a requirement. Every day we had dinner together.
Mm-hmm.
Or 5 o'clock that time. And we'll close the radio, lay down our books, and we come to the table, large table that held all the 12 kids and my mother and he. So there'd be 14 of us. And so one of the things he would ask us after dinner, he'll say, all right, children, starting from Jim, tell me what you did today in school. And so we would talk about school and these things. And he was very, let's say, always concerned about our homework and things like that. After dinner, all the dishes were removed and everybody sat at their section of the table to do the studying. So that was my dad. Responsibility, eat well, and took care of the younger ones.
There you go. I love it. That's amazing. So with this idea of intergenerational conversations in mind, have either of you, Loretta or Tom, seen a benefit in sitting and reading with the children to communicate those important life lessons, whether with your own children or grandchildren, or when you were a child, was reading ever an avenue to teach those lessons?
Yes. Well, when I was young, my oldest sister had the responsibility of taking care of the younger ones, and I was the third youngest. So she would make sure that we took our baths, got into our pajamas, and then we all sat around on the bed and she would read to us. So that's my first experience with loving books. It was because she loved books and she wanted us to also, read. So following that, I mean, I was a librarian for 26 years in Hawaii. And as a school librarian, I always had to choose books to motivate children to read. And that was the important part of my job, besides keeping the library in order. Mm-hmm. So that children love books and they love the illustrations, they love words, especially funny words like in Dr. Seuss. Mm-hmm. So that has been, the way that I have passed on my love of reading to my children and to the many children that I've had in the library. To me, modeling reading is very important. Mm-hmm. If people don't have books in their homes, they just don't have that opportunity. So libraries to me is very important, and librarians are very important.
Agreed, for sure.
7 years ago, I took an x-ray, free x-ray downtown for the health department. They had a trailer downtown there, so I took an x-ray. And they called me back the second time for another x-ray. So the second time they told me, they say, Tom, you have an early case of TB, tuberculosis. That was 70 years ago. I was 23 years old then, 23, 24. So when I went to the hospital, I took a lot of my artwork with me. Mm. And so I would draw pictures and paint and so forth, pass it around. And one day the head nurse came to me and said, Tom, I like your paintings. I have a son who's 12 years old who loves animals and he loves music as well. Can you paint me 4 animals with 4 different instruments for them, for the animals to play the instruments? I said, sure I can. So anyway, it took me a little while to do that. So in painting, instead of painting 4 animals with 4 instruments, I painted 67 animals different animals, cat, dogs, rabbits, panda bears, monkeys, and so forth. 67 of different instruments. The cats played the violin, the dog played the trumpet, and the cow played the saxophone, and so forth. And so, anyway, that's what I did. When the art show came up a couple of years ago, when they wanted to show my paintings, I remember that tracing paper I made. It was almost 70 years ago. I went into my files and found the tracing paper. I still have them. So I did a painting on it. And this is the painting.
Wow. Look at all of them. It's a whole orchestra.
And a whole orchestra. You see they're playing different instruments.
Yes.
That's
amazing.
Okay. And so doing this, I wrote a short story on this. And the question is this: animals, the cats are afraid of the dogs, the lions might eat the pig, and all these, they don't have all the things in common. But in the picture here, they do have the commonality of music together. So I wrote a book, and it's been printed. I'm going to get them. We made thousands of copies. And anyway, the story is this: the world is made up of many races, and they have different cultures, and all these different people on Earth. And they have one thing in common: they have music. They all have their music. It's a question of getting people together and make music together. So my book is about animals coming together, making an orchestra led by the owl, the wise owl, and so forth, and the lion playing the piano. So anyway, I'm going to get these books in pretty soon. They're all printed. So anyway, I'm going to pass them on to you folks. But I just want to share that with you.
Yes, thank you. That's amazing. Yeah, there's a harmony amongst everybody.
That's right. Yeah, people, music can be a harmony.
Mm-hmm.
You have different culture, different foods and things, but we all have the commonality of music.
Just this morning, we were talking about how he never intended this painting to be a book or to lead writing a book. But when people saw the picture, they said, wow, gee, these are natural enemies. Some of those animals are natural enemies, cats and dogs, fight like cats and dogs. And that it's a story that would resonate, especially at this time where, so we are so divided as a nation. And so we thought that this would be a really good way to teach children to be cooperative if they have a common goal. And the common goal in this picture is to make beautiful music together because they all love music. And so that's how this story came about. And we look at a lot of different ways in which one book leads to another.
Mm-hmm.
For that, he has a few more stories in his memoir that can lead to short stories like these for children. And we hope to use them. It'll be bilingual, Chinese and English.
Mm-hmm.
And primarily, we would be sharing them, especially in those language immersion schools.
Right. Yes, I remember you guys sharing about that with us. That's so, so cool. Remind me of the name of the book.
It's going to be called Who Will Play With Me?
So do you, either of you, have any advice for the parents and grandparents out there who are watching that want to communicate these special life lessons with their kids and grandkids, but they maybe don't see them as often as they like?
Well, for me, I would send books, as gifts. So often, well, like for Christmas, my children are still sending me books. So it's like I've enjoyed this book. Maybe I've shared the thought with them, and they will say, "Oh, Mom, here's another book like it." One book leads to another. It's kind of like so motivating, to have people do that. So I think sharing books are a good kind of gift that you could give to your children, and I think that's one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of a never-ending domino effect.
Right. And you can never have too many books, and sharing them after you've read them, you can share them with other members of the family, and you enjoy it. It leads to many more. I mean, I order books from Amazon, and then of course they know what you like to read, so they'll say, suggest.
No.
Yeah, and so it keeps them in business, but it keeps me entertained as well.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
Yeah. Well, in my case, I try to keep in communication with my grandchildren and great grandkids. What I did at my age, I don't need all the money I have, so I put a good check in there for them. So we got on Zoom and we had a countdown of 10 and everybody opened up. And in the letter, it was important to me. It was a full
page letter.
Full page letter about the responsibilities of life.
Well,
and
what
responsibility of funds as well.
The lesson he was trying to convey is that he worked hard. Made a good living, and he wants them to be responsible and be financially independent. And so that was the lesson for this past Christmas. In addition, he also said that he would like to hear from them as to how they plan to use the funds. And if they didn't know, to please consult their parents or him. And they've written thank you letters and saying, I'm going to save my money for to buy a car or to eventually have a house of my own. I think that's how we try to convey our values to them and get them to talk to us about what their dreams are, what their future will look like.
Yeah, because it's kind of a two-way street, right? You can give them advice all day, but then you want to also hear, what their plans are and what they plan to do with that advice that you give them. And that just kind of makes it all worth it.
Yeah, we wanted to be sure they, as he said, don't blow it.
Yeah, that's my last sentence. Don't blow it.
Right. Well, that's the kind of part of the mission of our Grandparent Storybooks program, is to connect those grandparents that don't see their grandkids and great grandkids as often, and just provide them with an opportunity to get on camera and read a story to them, not only to share that book, but to also weave in some family history, some family life lessons that kind of tie in, because there's infinite possibilities with infinite number of books.
Yeah.
It'll always be beneficial.
Well, we know that from what I've read about reading legacies, that it's an exciting idea to bring together parents and other adults to read to children, and children reading to children.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm all for supporting that kind of work. So thank you.
I appreciate this opportunity to share some of the stories, because when I was younger, I used to tell a lot of stories to my younger siblings, and there were 3 girls and the younger boys. I would read about a story and with the boys and girls in it, and I would use my 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 brothers and sisters' name. Anyway, there are all kinds of stories we can modify and share together. Good stories.
You know, I want to add on how important it is to have children write stories.
Mm-hmm.
And so by reading them stories, and if they can see themselves adding to that story and writing their own stories, I think that that's a great accomplishment. That's a goal that you would want for young people. So get started with giving children books with blank pages,
Mm-hmm.
having them start a story. I think that's a great way to increase their interest in reading stories.
Yeah, and I'm sure, Loretta, during your time as a librarian, did you facilitate activities where students were kind of writing their own stories during school?
Yes, definitely. You know, we would talk about the story, and if it didn't have, sometimes I wouldn't tell them what the ending was, and I would finish the story in writing. And I would work with the teacher, you know, because I couldn't very well, you know, check everybody's work and respond to them. The teacher could, and then we would the next time come and share some of the endings that the children came up with. That was always motivating to get them to write. So.
Yeah, for sure. Engagement is key. So we kind of touched on my last two questions throughout the interview, but if you have any specific life lessons in addition to the one that you've already shared, I would love to hear them. Any specific ones that you feel like have really stuck with you or have stuck with your grandchildren that you've taught them over the years?
Well, one of the things, like my father used to say, do more than expected in return. And I just can't help but remember my father used to say, when you meet people, friends and people, you want to get to know them. Get to know them for their character. Not how funny they are, making you laugh and everything, because they can say a lot of things that can make you laugh. But you study them, you know them for their character. Once you know them for their character, you can learn to like them. And once you learn to like them, then you can learn to love them. And that's the sequence. So that was the direction our dad always said.
Wow.
I think for me, the lesson that I try to pass down to my children is that try to do something for others. In other words, not be self-absorbed or think only of yourself, and to think of others. And I remember my mother, even in, you know, Depression days, would send money back to China to some of the relatives who had even less. And, you know, that always impressed me, that somebody is thinking of somebody far away, you know. And so generosity of spirit, and thinking not only of yourself, but of the needs of others. So I hope that gets through to my children in the way that, say, I might donate to the Red Cross or the cancer or the food bank or whatever, you know.
Right.
We always have more than we need.
Yeah, and it's one thing to, you know, say those lessons out loud, but then for a child to see mom or grandma actually put action to their words is even more profound, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you guys, thank you so much. We will talk to you soon.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Reading Legacies, and Claire for that amazing interview. Oh man, it just feels like it makes your heart a couple sizes bigger just listening to them. I'm really happy to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to hear from Ann Gaffey, who, again, is one of our newer artists here, and she's going to tell us a little bit about her process.
Hi, it's Virtual First Friday, and I'm Ann Gaffey, and welcome to my studio. I'm in Building 19, Barracks 19 at Liberty Station, and today what we're going to work on is, what I'm demonstrating is a grayscale, and also known as a value scale. So I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera onto my palette so you can watch me as I demonstrate, okay? So here we go. I have black and white, that's all we need. White is being 1. We're going to use a lot of white at the end. We use black at the beginning. Whoops. That really wants to come out of there quickly. So this is 10, black is 10 on the value scale, and white is 1. So 9, 8, 7, 6. We're going to make all these different values, and it becomes important to know what values are when you start incorporating the grays and the tones and tints into your hue, which is your color. And it's kind of meditative for me to mix colors and see what I want to use in the painting that I'm going to be starting, even though I might not know where I'm going with the painting. Kind of gives you a little bit of time to think about it and resonate with the colors, and I really enjoy this part. So we're going to put a little bit of black out and then add a good amount of white. What we want to do is, while we're creating this value scale, is we don't want to jump values real quick. So what that means is we wouldn't go in a painting, let's say you were painting flowers or something that was pretty detailed and have a lot of different shades and tints. You wouldn't go straight from black to white. Let's say you were painting whatever it is you're painting, whether it's flowers, say that it would be bright red. You wouldn't go straight from that, to a value, say a value 10 to a value 2. You have to go slowly in between, and that's what we're going to do here today. So I have 2 shades here. This darker color here is a perfect 9. Okay. 10 is the black, and I'll get to that later. I'm going to move this lighter color down here and add some white to that. So that's our number 9. So pretty. It's a nice charcoal. This would be a darker gray, a little bit lighter charcoal. Yep, it's turning out quite nice. I teach this in my membership online class. We meet once a week for 3 weeks, and then we have a week off, and it's Mondays, 1 o'clock Pacific. If you're interested in finding out more about that, you can go to my website, which is AnnGaffeyArt.com. The name Ann is spelled with an E. So you see how pretty that is? Those 2 have a nice soft jump, and you can see it easily. That gray and charcoal move nicely to the next value. I don't really need that much. Okay. So I keep my paints in these, I recycle these ketchup jars because I like squirting out my colors, especially when I'm teaching. Then I don't have to go and, get a palette knife and figure out how much I want to put down. I just squirt it right out of the bottle. Okay, this is a nice number 7. There you go. Nice, pretty color. I'll move a little bit of this to number 6. After you do this a few times, you get the hang of it, and you need to blend, blend the white and the gray all together and make a nice, tell you, when I first started doing this, my palette would just be covered. I'd have paint everywhere, and now I can kind of keep it controlled into one little spot. There's a 6. You can see that now these nicely are graduating. A little black goes a long way. Even this gray, a little bit of gray goes a long way. So we're trying to go, we already made 6. Now we're going down to value 5 on the grayscale. And that's a nice number 5. Just a hint lighter than that, but you saw how much white I put in there. So there's quite a bit of white. On this palette paper, and this is just a large palette paper from Blick, you can see it better on here. I think that this 5 is much lighter than the 6th. The 6th, then you can see it on here. I guess you can see it pretty well on there too. So a lot of the artists are open here at Liberty Station. I'm here almost every day, and we all are practicing COVID, distancing and wearing a mask and keeping our doors closed until somebody shows an interest in coming in. But we're here working. We're still working. So if you feel like an outing or you want to take a walk, it's been so nice out. And it's so beautiful here and safe. It's a beautiful place to walk. I've been trying that lately. And I go to a personal trainer for physical therapy over here, Fitness Together. And then some days I walk after that. And then it's right here at Liberty Station. So that's really light. That's almost too light for a 3. But I'm going to go ahead and leave it. Because now this is going to be really light. You might not be able to see it on this. Might not be able to see it that well on the little sheet that I've made here. This one. That's almost white. Holy moly. Okay, so that's a very light gray, and this is white. You can tell it's different. The white is different than this gray. Oh, black. So here's black. All right, so that's the grayscale, also known as a value scale. And next month on our virtual First Fridays, I will go ahead and show you how, it might be a little bit longer than this video, but I'll show you how I work all of these different values into my colors and how I decide what color I'm going to use, what colors, and what I tend to go with the same colors. I need to switch it up a little bit, but you find that you gravitate towards certain colors, and so it's hard to kind of break that cycle. But anyway, I'm going to move the camera up, and thank you for joining. If you want to go for a walk or you're at Liberty Station, come up. We're in Barracks 19, And a lot of artists are here. There's a pottery studio, and we're here working, just waiting for you guys to come. So have a happy weekend, and talk to you soon. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Anne. If you haven't seen, Anne has a really great newsletter with information about how she paints, inspiration, what she's up to, and some of her newest works. I recommend everybody check out her website, and I know the link will be in the chat box. Up next, I'm really excited to highlight Lauren Laveau from Barrack 16. She has worked on a lot of creative projects recently and some collaborative projects with other creatives from around the Arts District. And so I'm going to play a couple little highlights from her. And just for anybody who's just joined throughout the event, welcome to Virtual First Friday. Up next, we have a handful of just some fun videos and some live interviews with local creatives from around San Diego. So I hope that you enjoy those, and feel free to add any questions in the chat. We'll be there kind of filling in with any questions. A lot of our creatives are there, so you can ask them questions about their process, their websites, and just anything about what you're seeing. So thank you for joining again, and now I'm going to welcome Lauren Laveau.
Hello and happy First Friday, February 2021. I have been fortunate to have an art studio where I work and show my work here at Liberty Station for almost 6 years. My studio is currently located on the ground floor in Barrack 16. My art focuses on 3 realms: art installations, oil paintings, and ancestral stories. Tonight I will give you a quick tour of my studio and an inside look at 2 recent outdoor art installations I completed thanks to grants from NTC Foundation. Currently in my studio hangs Time at Sea number 11. It's an oil painting on canvas measuring 30 by 48 inch. I am fascinated with the concept of time, and I love the ocean. So my Time at Sea is an ongoing series. This one is for sale in my studio and in my online shop at laurenlaview.com. Throughout the pandemic, I have been working on my Element series. Normally I prefer working large, but during the confinement, I have been drawn to these 8 by 8 inch wood panels, perhaps because the world seems smaller to me in so many ways. Most of these element pieces are encaustic, oil paint, and ink on wood. Some of these 8 by 8 inch wood panels are encaustic image transfers of a particular house, the Gurney House. For 5 consecutive years, I have had the privilege of solo art exhibits at San Diego Repertory Theater, located at Lyceum Theater, downtown San Diego. In 2019, I had the privilege of designing an art installation called Time Through Structure that responded to the play The Humans. Because the house played a major character in the play, I chose to highlight a specific ancestral home of mine in the art exhibit. This is the home of my great-great-great-great-great-great maternal grandparents, who lived in Rockland County, New York during the American Revolution. The idea of time moving through structure has been a key element in many of my oil paintings. These pieces are part of a series entitled How Time Moves. Thank you for stopping by my art studio this first Friday. If you would like to schedule an in-person visit, call or email me at artwork@laurenlaview.com or visit my website anytime. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And we have one more short video about Lauren's recent collaborative project that happened outside on the North Promenade right here in Liberty Station.
Fish Out of Water 2020 is a temporary collaborative art installation located by the fountain in front of Barrack 16 at Liberty Station. Installed in November 2020, it is still visible as of January 2021. In this short video, I would like to document the concept, the process, and thank Liberty Station for this opportunity. In my art, I prefer to try what I have not done before, and in this case, I decided to explore using Rainworks, a hydrophobic spray that when used in conjunction with a stencil could create forms visible only when wet. Because in our society we are bombarded with images, I like the idea of this installation being somewhat hidden. Because of the pandemic, I wanted this piece to be outdoors and something that individuals as well as families could enjoy without requiring events or crowds of people. I wanted the exhibit to bring some sense of joy during this time of isolation. As I considered images that others might enjoy, and as I thought about ways I could get the artists and businesses of Liberty Station to be involved, I had a strange dream. I stood in a forest and saw a group of sea creatures moving together above a river. And when I woke up, I thought, Fish Out of Water, 2020. That is what 2020 felt like to me. In my dream, the fish were moving all in one direction, not haphazard and not against each other. I saw that as a hopeful sign. That yes, perhaps as uncomfortable as 2020 was, perhaps we could work together. Then I knew I wanted to ask each artist and each business one question. If you could be a fish or a sea creature, which one would you be? Over 20 ideas, paintings, drawings, and photos were sent to me, and from these I created stencils. I decided to have the words of my dream be the river, and the fish and sea creatures above the river representing not only the artists and businesses of Liberty Station, but all the individuals who have at some point felt the discomfort of 2020. I used artist tape to form the letters of the words, the letters to stay dry while the river flowed around them. The sea creatures were to become wet while the area around them was dry, since they were wet fish above the river in dry conditions. Because this art installation is located directly in front of my studio, I have been able to watch the public interact with the art. It has been fun to watch individuals and families mist or pour water on the words and the fish, discovering art where they did not expect to find it. Thank you to the participants for providing me with the images and ideas for the sea creatures, and thank you to NTC Foundation for providing a grant for me to turn a dream into an art installation. I am so grateful to be a part of this creative community.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. That was just such a fun, whimsical piece. I hope you've had a chance to check that out, and if not, at least now you can have seen it here and have fun with its whimsy and its sea creatures. Up next, we have Canella Photography. Patty from Canella Photography features dance-focused photography, and she has a really cool little highlight of what she does in her practice. I will note before we pull up that video, she had a little bit of trouble with some wind in the background at one segment right at the beginning. So she did overdub it, and so it might be a little disorienting, but it's just for the first couple of seconds.
We are at the Embracing Peace statue. We will be joined by Tona and Stephanie from San Diego Ballet. Please excuse my chattering teeth. It's really cold. Hopefully our dancers will be able to pull through the challenging environment.
It is freezing.
That's fine.
But it's gonna look like it's summer.
Right, yeah. It's hard for me to see on the little screens.
And if you try to do this, it's like
Smart.
yeah. You just click a little, so you show your chest.
I know, but I kind of like that. It looks like I'm like with you. So yeah, this was before. So yeah, the skirt is.
Sentimiento
Welcome back, everybody. I hope all those applause are for me. No. Patty does just absolutely an amazing job. I hope everybody gets a chance to check out her website and just learn about her work. I know she's been all over the dance community, documenting and photographing and just creating such gorgeous work. So please check out Canella Photography's website. Up next, I'm really excited to also mention one of our resident artists, Leslie Pierce. She's just such a powerhouse and so creative, coming up with such diverse work. And I have just 2 or 3 little short reels, only just a couple of minutes each. But this first one is super creative, so I think everybody's going to have a lot of fun with that. And without further ado. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. I hope you all enjoyed that really fun video from artist Leslie Pierce. If you haven't seen it, her space, go check out her website. I know she does some really cool commissions, custom projects, and she was part of a really great collaborative project that's right here in the building where Solare is. So I hope everybody gets a chance to come see her Metamorphosis project, and also go grab some vino and sit out on the Solare patios. Now I'm excited to change gears a little bit. We have two of our featured performances coming up tonight with La Jolla Playhouse. But before we get there, I did just want to make a quick note. This will be following this first Friday. We will be taking a pause on this monthly program to make room for some new creative ways to stay connected with our tenants and with all you out there in the public world. I'm absolutely I can't tell you how excited I am for all the things that I know are coming up. So it'll just help make that a little bit smoother, an opportunity to create more programming. To stay up to date, please join our newsletter or jump on artsdistrictlibertystation.com. I know that'll be in the chat, and you can make sure you stay up to date with all of our newest updates. But I look forward to seeing you in some of the next programming coming forward. So look forward to fun things soon. Next up, I'm really excited to mention that we do have La Jolla Playhouse with us. We're going to be joined by Jacole Kitchen, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about the Without Walls program, and specifically one of the projects, Spit and Truth to Power, while light leaping for the people. So I'm going to bring up Jacole and welcome you to the stage. Jacole, happy Friday. How's it going?
Good. Hi, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you, and thank you for making time for us in your busy schedule. I know I just saw you last night speaking with Barry and Freedom and some amazing folks in the theater world, and so I just know you're out there and you're just so well integrated with all of the great things happening, and I'm so glad that you're able to share some of your wow creative projects happening with us here at First Friday. So with that, I'll kind of let you take it away, and I'm here to help with some of the videos.
Perfect. Thanks so much. First, I just want to say how happy I am that everyone over at the Arts District Liberty Station has found a way to keep First Fridays going. I know it's such a huge thing for our community to be able to have, and such a great meeting place for this community. So I'm glad that it's able to still continue virtually, which is similar to where we are at La Jolla Playhouse. We feel very lucky to have been able to make a shift to be able to do digital programming with our Without Walls programs, and shift to the Digital Without Walls series. Without Walls has been something that's been part of the DNA of La Jolla Playhouse for the last 8 years. We've done a biannual festival, but then we also have lots of site-specific work, community engagement that we do throughout the year. When the shutdown happened in March, we were able to immediately shift our thinking to this digital world, because we had so many artists that we worked with that already were working outside of the confines of the theater walls through our previous Without Walls work. So in a lot of ways, we were able to just reach out to some of these artists like David Israel Reynoso, Marika Splint, Culture Clash, and so many others who have been part of our part of the core of La Jolla Playhouse, and especially our Without Walls series.
Oh, that's so cool. Are there any kind of origin stories that helped make any of these collaborative elements come together that you found especially successful or fun?
Well, one of my favorites is actually the piece that we're going to see today, and I know the title is quite a mouthful. Spit and Truth to Power while light leaping for the people. And unlike most of our WOW projects, which are artists, art makers who already are have teams put together and know how to do what they do, and the people that they're working with are the people that they've been creating with for years and years, and people that they have chosen to work with. Whereas this piece that you're about to see, Spit and Truth, as we affectionately call it at the Playhouse, because you can't say that whole title all the time. So Spit and Truth had a very different origin story. There's a group at La Jolla Playhouse called the Playhouse Leadership Council, and they're a group of volunteer advocates who are just theater lovers and theater makers who love the Playhouse and want to help us expand who considers the Playhouse family and expand our community that we are able to reach. And Elise Smith Cooper is a longtime member of the Playhouse Leadership Council. And when we started this digital work, and we started our community work digitally as well, as we do in a lot of instances, we reached out to the Playhouse Leadership Council and told them what we were working on. And we asked them what's missing from the work. What do you see that we still need to be addressing? And Elise Smith Cooper, Miss Elise, she said that it's intergenerational work that is missing right now, and an opportunity for the old to listen to the young and the young to listen to the old, because we have so much to learn from one another. Us Gen Xers in between, we don't matter just yet, but there's just so much. And Elise is an octogenarian, just turned 80. Congratulations. And we knew an artist that we love to work with that is in the millennial generation. And in an artistic meeting following that PLC meeting, we thought, hey, what if we paired these two artists together and just see what comes of it? And this is what came of it. And it was a months-long curation, and it started out with weekly calls with just me, Elise, and Shammy D, who is the artist, the other collaborating artist on this. And every week we would just get together and we would say, what do we want this to be? And we would brainstorm and bring in music and things that were inspiring us in that moment. And finally what evolved is a 3-part series that is, it really is formed in the basis of the Black church. So the 3 parts are the sermon, fellowship, and communion, which are the 3 necessary aspects that make up a Black church. And the sermon is the first part. That is the plea to be seen and an acknowledgement of the history and the depth of injustice against Black people in the history of America. Fellowship is a prayer for our people and for our future. And the communion is really this moment of stopping and listening to the past to be able to carry us through to the future and see what the ancestors are whispering to us. And it all happened so organically. It's just a really beautiful piece that came together.
It sounds like kismet.
It really was. That's the perfect word for it.
So would you like me to cue that up, or is there anything we need to do to jump into the first film?
No, I think that this is a great way to put it in. And the only thing I would say is, again, this is a true collaboration, between these 2 artists. All of the music is original music by Shammy D. The poets that are, the words that are being spoken were written by the artists who's speaking them. So the words are both Shammy D and Elise Smith Cooper's words. And Shammy did all of the editing of this piece as well. We had an amazing film crew that we worked with called Options for All, just a really great local film crew. If anybody is out there looking for collaborators to help bring a piece of theirs to life, everybody over at Options for All, just phenomenal people to work with. But Shammy did all of the editing himself as well. So we came into this piece thinking we have Elise Smith Cooper's words, because we knew her as a poet and a storyteller, and we had Shammy's music. So what is that going to be? And we learned so much more about these 2 individuals as artists and how much they have to offer this medium. And we were pleasantly surprised every moment along the way.
All right. Thank you. I'll press play on sermon.
Thanks so much.
Lord, dear Lord above, God Almighty, God above, please look down and see my people through. Lord, dear Lord above, God Almighty, God above, please look down and see my people through.
If there be any mercy, Lord, see my people through. Mother, Father, Creator of all, I'm howling in rage at the undeniable injustices continuing with contempt for you. In this country, this experiment in consciousness, no recognition of brotherhood, common decency cast aside, compassion consumed by the lies and greed of darkness, refusing to admit defeat. Mother, Father, Creator of all, you will not be denied or continually disrespected. Victory lives in your word remembered. We, your people, built this bitch by our stolen blood, sweat, tears, souls shackled, scattered, but spirit not extinguished. We, your people of light, arise! We march, we arm. We aim to blot out ignorant envy of who we are and what we stand for. Spirit, ignited creativity. We will not miss our shot into eternity. We live to erase the seed of racism. Blind to our common creation. We are the agency of abolition. We declare reparations, restoration, renewal on this land with its native people and those who come seeking to grab freedom. It ain't free. Freedom ain't free in this infant democracy. We still longing, crafting, fighting for it. Still rubbing the sleep from our eyes, remembering the nightmare of the imposters trying to steal it. Mother, Father, creators of all, we belong to you.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's see. That was so moving and fun. Thank you. I know we're getting close in time. Do you want to queue up the next two and we'll get ready to play those two?
Yes, I would just first like to say, if you were moved by the sermon, we have a social media challenge going right now called the Sermon Challenge. And we ask that you respond to the sermon in whatever way moves you. We can provide you with the music. We can provide you with the words, however you want to interpret that, through dance, through song, I even did a challenge of my own with my own spoken words. So please, please, please go to LaJollaPlayhouse.com. It's on our social media to take the sermon challenge if you feel so moved by that piece, which I hope you did. So the last two are the fellowship and the communion. And these are the prayers for the future and a moment of the ancestors coming to guide us into the future and let us know we are just fine where we're at.
Lord, this is a prayer for my people. Please watch over the families whose children have passed. Place peace in their hearts. You say, invite the people. Open arms. Inside the temple, I'll find you. But I'm inside the temple. It's dark. My arms are outstretched to feel for walls, and I grasp space, looking for you to put my faith in. And I look, because you say, when two or more are gathered, you are there. There were plenty around Floyd, I didn't see you. There were plenty more around Brianna, and I still saw not. And you say, turn to you in my times of trouble. Turn to you when I am broken. Turn to you when I have nothing else. I will make you whole. Sometimes I get tired of turning. What I want is justice. What I want is compassion. What I want is a way out. What I want is to live my life like they can. What I want is the killing to stop. What will it take to bring the babies back? Turn Brianna into the modern day Lazarus. Give Elijah 3 days. Resurrect Floyd from under the knee. I'm asking you for miracles. Hopefully it's not too much to ask for. Respect. I'm in your temple. Arms stretched out. Searching. Hands up, guide my steps. You're all I need.
Behold, we create together new visions of life on this renewing earth. We walk in the names of our Creator forever and ever. To us, it is so. And so it is.
The wicked man shall fall when all the righteous men stand tall. Make them know them can't run and hide.
So, my beloveds, that's the way it was in those days.
The imposters were so sure they had the people of light surrounded in a shroud of darkness, sewn together by hatred, fears, and lies.
They were so drunk on pride and arrogance, they became bloated. They forged ahead, swimming in the blood of innocence and feasting on lynched flesh.
They planned to manipulate us.
We rainbow melanin peoples, the vision poets. They thought we were convinced, blinded, deafened to the cried out anguished last breaths, calling for mother, seeking compassions which were unavailable. They thought we would turn on each other, shedding each other's blood. But then, lightning flashed. The lion roared.
Our eyes popped wide, our mouths open, declaring truce of brotherhood.
Unity. Victory in the light network. Silence to the tongues of liars. We pull down the stronghold of the isms. Call forth the drowsy religions to wake up. Wake up. Shouts.
Lead with tools forged of love. We crafted community through services to each other.
We grew our food from blessed seeds, healed ourselves from the fruits, leaves, trees, vines, roots we grew. We sang our singeing songs. The divine light dissolved darkness, destroying hidden plots and schemes. We shifted the agencies towards true abolition, reparations. We chose to be the agencies to usher in transformation. We,
the family of all, choosing to live as one.
We forged this new garden. Same mother and same father, but a new garden.
Jacole, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
That was like the warm embrace, emotional hug that none of us can have right now as we're all, behind these screens. It was so nice to see that and hear that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for presenting that. Thank you for allowing us to be part of this. This is one of the most the proudest things that I've ever worked on. I'm so happy to have been part of the producing team on this. And it was all shot on and around the UCSD campus. So it was very local, very homegrown.
Oh, it was so cool. Yeah, I noticed a couple of those hikes that I go on with my family on weekends. So it's good to see that local pride. Well, thank you very much. I wish we had more time to keep going with this, but maybe we'll have to come back to that idea a little later on. Are there any other parting thoughts you'd like to share with the audience about your creative challenge or learning about WOW or anything else like that?
I will just say that this is just a taste of what we have to offer in our digital WOW series. Everything that we have up there covers the gambit from intimate one-on-one personal experiences to collective events. They're all brand new pieces bringing world-class artists directly into our patrons' homes and helping, as you said, to create that social contact during this isolating time. So there's really a lot to offer. Please go to lajollaplayhouse.org and the digital WOW series and just check out everything that we have to offer.
Well, thank you very much again. Thank you for making time on a busy Friday night. And yeah, we hope to connect with you again soon.
I'd love to be back. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, it was so much fun. Well, I'm really excited now. We had a little taste of architecture early, so we're going to change gears and come back to that and welcome the OBR architecture team. And I will start welcoming up the team. Here's Chris. Good evening, Chris. Can you see us? Can you hear us? Hi, sir.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
I'm going to go ahead. Would you like me to bring up everybody else on stage, or how would you like to kick it off?
Well, I guess we'll let them up. Sure.
Okay. Let me see. I gotta. I'm only seeing. Oh, here's Annie. Okay. Annie, you might have to add your camera and mic there, and I'll welcome Meryl up to the stage. Oh, and here's Garrett as well. And I think we'll add Garrett, and that should be the last team member.
Woo. Hey there.
Welcome. Happy Friday night. Thanks for making some time for us. It's good to see everybody.
Hello.
It's like we got the gang back together.
Yeah.
Thanks for allowing us to join.
Yeah. Well, I'm so excited that we could have you join us tonight. For the folks who may not know, OBR architecture is really the brains behind the whole redevelopment of Liberty Station. The transforming it to the Stade Naval Base that was here, prior to 2000 into what we're seeing today. And you guys can all say it better than I can. So with that, I'm happy just to kick it over to you to jump right into what is this amazing project?
Well, look, we were going to have Chris kick it off, but it looks like he's spinning there. So maybe I'll jump in for a minute before he comes back.
Sure.
I would say it's not fair for us to take credit for the whole vision of Liberty Station, first of all. I saw Alan's name in there in the chat and the attendees. There's a lot of people outside of us that have made all of this happen. We're fortunate to have been a part of it for a long time now. And it's been amazing to be a part of it. Chris was supposed to tell a ghost story, so we'll let him do that when he comes on, because I'm sure that'll be entertaining. And we all have had different experiences. We all have different stories, and I think we don't want to take up all of our time talking though, and we would love to answer questions. I know there's a lot of people who have been to Liberty Station, probably are curious about its history. There he is. So we want to be able to answer questions and talk to the audience here as well. Chris, I just gave credit to everyone but you while you were off there.
Yeah.
I told them that you had a ghost story though, so maybe you can start us with that.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think what's been fun for Andy and Jerica and I, while we were preparing for tonight, was to catch up on all the stories that we haven't told for a while to each other about this project. I actually came on campus for the first time in 1993 as part of a school project. And then, we all started working on this project together in 2003. And my grandfather was actually a recruit here in World War II and was a decorated Navy pilot. And so I've got a long history here at the Naval Training Center, now Arts District. And so one of my favorite stories, well, two things. One, the barracks, which a lot of our artists and residents are in. 4 barracks that we haven't touched yet. And when you're walking around the Arts District, you can see the 4 barracks buildings that are yellow. There's metal mesh on the windows. And people have often asked me, why is there metal on the windows? And I tell them, well, that was to keep people from, getting out of the buildings. And that always confuses people, and they take a second to think about it. And that was actually true. There were plenty of recruits that didn't really want to stay in the Navy once they got in the Navy, and so the Navy tried to keep them in. And so one of the first times I was out on site, I was surveying the buildings, and I was on the first floor of Barracks 4, and I heard tapping coming from upstairs on one of the windows, and it sounded like Morse code to me, of course. And I knew there was no one else in the barracks, and so I went upstairs to figure out what was going on. I figured there was a bird trying to get out, which is a whole different story. That's Barracks 26. And I went upstairs, there's nobody there, there's no birds, except the tapping continued. And I kind of found my way to the tapping, went right up to the window, the tapping continued. And I'm certain that that was a recruit at some point tapping a message to one of his buddies in the barracks. And so I'm convinced there's a ghost in Barracks 4 for sure. I think one of the other things that has been amazing, and I think Garrick, I think you can pick up on this, is the transformation of the base from a facility that was introverted and essentially, there's no real beating around the bush here, a place that trained young men to go off to war and kill people, now hosts artists and is meant to be extroverted and is meant to train all sorts of people in all sorts of arts and culture uses. And another one of my favorite transformations is actually the dance place building. And the big studio on one of the big studios upstairs on the east end of the building actually used to be a torpedo laboratory. And so it's just amazing to think back, that space now that's training, young ballerinas was a factory or a laboratory figuring out how to build weaponry for war. And continuing to see this place transform and grow over the years has been astounding to me. So,
Chris, I think that's a really poignant comparison of where this entire campus was and where we are now in celebration of arts and culture and just the difference of the ballerina versus the warrior. I just think that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, and the transformation of the space is, again, from, we can talk about one that we're currently working on, which is 178, which Annie knows very well, which has been designed multiple times over the years, which I'll let Annie talk about.
Yeah, sure. We, 2005, 2006 was probably the first time I walked through that building. It was a little safer back then to walk through the building. But we would, we surveyed it and went down into the basement, which had no lighting and full of water, cages for some reasons related to clothing, and very, going in through these buildings when they haven't been touched for so long have such an air of life that was before. And so being able to walk through them, and specifically 178 was just, it had an eerie feeling at the time. And so transforming that, and back at that time, we were looking at it for the potential use as culinary arts and a food hall. But what it was before, it from the time that it started through, to the time that it was closed off, it had seen many hats. And one of the best things, the coolest things that we've seen is that in the basement used to be a bowling alley. And you can still see the numbers of the lanes down in the basement today. There's drawings on the walls that they had of characters rolling bowling balls on the sides of the walls. So we want to try to maintain some of that character still. There used to be a dance hall on the 3rd floor. Used to be a billiards space. And then it transformed to a commissary space and marketplace. And so all of those things of people gathering was what we've always been trying to capture with this building. And it's been so hard over the years to nail down what the right use would be for it. So from billiards and dance hall, and I forget the name of it, Chris.
Hot Sounds. So the transformation of that now to a performance venue is it's so exciting. So we're looking forward to just the transformation of all of that into something that people can actually gather in again. And what's crazy is that over the years, and I think everyone who knows Liberty Station has seen the transformation of the colonnades that were closed up over the years. And this building was closed up, compartmentalized, and just beat up. And so now it's opening that back up and giving it back to people to be able to be a part of it, which is really exciting to me.
Yeah, that transformation, I was going to add I think most of the people here probably know which building you're talking about, but there's It's the yellow building just down. Sorry, there's children here. There's a lot. It's the yellow building that hasn't been touched yet, just down the hill from the lot and the dance buildings. So that's where Annie's referring to.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That transformation that Annie's talking about, I keep telling people lately that I've been loving Liberty Station over the last 5 years or so, because I've been calling it a new renaissance that's happening out there. And it's been a project that we've been working on for a long time. And in the early years, as a company, we've worn a lot of different hats and helped in different ways out there. And one of the hats that I had to wear was the historic consultant for Macmillan, which was the developer who kind of got a lot of the project moving out there. And during that time, I had the pleasure of mostly telling tenants that they couldn't do stuff that they wanted to do, which was awful. It's like, as an architect, that's the last thing you want to do, is say, no, we can't do that. But the reason was that back in that time, the way the project was financed and with some tax credits and things, all of the projects that we did had to go through the State Historic Preservation Office as well as the National Park Service, which are preservationists at heart. And so that thing Chris described as it being an introverted base, they wanted to really hang on to that. And it was such a struggle at the beginning for tenants to be seen and found. People coming there, everything kind of looked the same, and it was hard. And that era has gone away. And if you spend time at Liberty Station, it's great, because now you see, the stone, gardens and art out in the promenades and all of this life happening outside of the buildings. And to be a part of that and see it go from what it was in the beginning to this new, renaissance, or whatever you want to call it, that's been one of my favorite things to see out there over the last few years, is it really blossoming, and all of the arts groups that are there really being seen and having an impact on the space and turning it into a place that really shows what the people are there and what it's made of is exciting.
Mm-hmm. Well, what was interesting for us is at the same time that we, OBR, were playing that role and Garrick was specifically playing that role, I was working with the new artist groups coming in, trying to circumvent or work within those, the framework, trying to open the buildings and trying to navigate those regulations that we were also being asked to work under and regulate. So it was, it was obviously a challenging time. And what's, I think, really interesting, especially currently with COVID and the pandemic, is it has, really forced some uses out into the public realm and actually energized some more of our outdoor spaces and got more indoor outdoor, and I think even pushed more of that connection from indoor outdoor that I hope continues in on into the future. I see Alan put a comment in the chat about a photo book showing the transformation. We have lots of pictures, Alan, and I am all for that as long as I'm not in any of those pictures. And it's funny, again, as we were kind of talking about this, we've got 17 years of data and stories, and trying to narrow that down to half an hour is really difficult. Trying to figure out what we wanted to talk about, and we were like, well, we could talk to everybody for half an hour, no problem. This place is just so special. It's so unique in the world, and every little area, like the officers' quarters gardens, for example. Visiting dignitaries would bring plants from their native homeland to the commander, and they would be planted in the officers' quarters gardens. And I would say maybe 2 years ago, I was touring our office through the gardens and showing some newcomers to our office the gardens. And one of my employees comes walking out of the gardens with a ripe dragon fruit. Well, that isn't native to San Diego. Some random person brought that from their home country and brought it to the gardens. And so the gardens themselves are this special, weird thing that exists nowhere else in the world. And there's all sorts of stories like that throughout Liberty Station that we just can't get to in the time that we have. And I don't know if there's anyone on tonight that is in building 202, but there's an entire Olympic swimming pool under your building.
Which one is 202, Chris? What are the tenants?
What's that?
Who are the tenants in 202 so everybody can...
I don't know off the top of my head anymore, honestly.
I think that New Americans, Visions, and Watercolor.
Okay, yeah.
We've got some reactions here.
Yeah, so we're under construction, and the contractor calls me, and he says, "Hey, Bittner, you should probably come down here." All right, what'd you find? He's like, "A pool." I was like, "Okay, how big is it?" He's like, "It's an Olympic-sized swimming pool." I was like, "What do you mean? It's under the building?" And so under that building, there is an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and there's beautiful concrete work and tile work. And it's situated just outside the old commander's office. And he had his own door outside of his office. And I did some research, couldn't find the pool on any documents anywhere. But what I did find was that the drawings for Building 202 were signed to go into construction on December 7th, 1941.
Huh.
And so what I think happened was the pool was existing. I think it was for the commander's use. And the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and the Navy said, "Oh, we need more buildings. Sign it. Let's go." And they left the pool there. And just built right over it. The foundations part of the foundations actually fly through the air. Don't worry, we haven't checked; they're fine. But it's still there, and just one of the many quirks of the Arts District Liberty Station.
Chris, I think out of all of us, you've had a lot of different types of projects out there, more so than me. Do you have a favorite that has stayed with you?
No, they're also different. They're all, I think it's probably the question is which ones are the more challenging ones. Those are the ones that are a little more fun, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because they work your brain a bit more. The barracks are really, really difficult to work in. Because one, they are the most introverted of all the buildings. They're not wood framed, so they're concrete, so trying to open those buildings up, trying to get those to have more connection to the outdoors, trying to reconfigure those are much more difficult. But then seeing all the artwork in those buildings, having that threshold of walking around the beautiful grounds and then stepping over the threshold and seeing all the beautiful artwork in those buildings is amazing. So I think they're just also different.
One of the things I thought of with that, Annie, was when they were building Dance Place. I worked a lot more on that building, but I'll never forget. If you've been in Dance Place or its sister building on the other side of the lot, there's an elevator inside of those, and it's all steel and glass. And I'll never forget when they were building that, they literally cut a hole in the roof, and they craned that entire steel elevator shaft and dropped it through the roof of the building down into the existing building. I just had that vision when you asked that question, Annie. And that speaks to what you're saying, Chris, about how some of those buildings are more challenging to work in than others. And And some of the construction methodology that they have to do as a result of that is challenging, but so interesting to watch while it's happening. And that's about to happen again, I think, at 178 in your guys in the theater that you were talking about earlier as well.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think something that I've always loved is that combination of this preservation of a history and culture of the Navy and the historic components of the building and being able to celebrate those at the same time, bringing in something incredibly modern like that steel glass elevator. And then also next to that and juxtaposed to that is the dancers in the room.
Yeah.
All of that and all of the different uses that are throughout the campus are what makes it dear to my heart in the development of this cultural place.
Yeah, I've liked trying to figure out how to bend the rules.
Yeah.
So again, so here's the perfect example of that though is, and I know Alan or maybe Andrew can help me with the artist or the name of the installation on the rooftop of 202.
That project is Jeremy Nuttall, Point Loma native, I think, and it's called Rolling It Forward.
Yeah, thank you. So on 201 and 202, there are these large roof decks, which didn't exist. There was an exit path across those roofs. And so historically, people did walk on those roofs. And so we were allowed to have people walk on those roofs. So we just made the exits a little wider. So we made them 25 feet wide exits. And now we have roof decks up there, and now we have places for art up there. So we followed the rules-ish and got more places for art.
One of my favorite places to enjoy the holidays and see folks ice skate or watch the tree when it's lit.
I'm glad you brought that up, Andrew. Also, as an architect in San Diego, I never thought I'd be asked to design an outdoor ice rink.
Yeah.
Which has, again, another quirky thing of the Arts District Liberty Station, which I think has turned out to be phenomenal. So yeah, it just continues to evolve and have these new challenges come up. And again, I think we've got 10 buildings that we haven't even touched yet. You know, as you walk around Arts District, you'll see yellow buildings and the salmon and green colored buildings. The yellow buildings we haven't touched yet. And there's 10 of those. And so we've obviously got more work to do. And there are projects in the works that are exciting, and we're extremely grateful for the support of the NTC Foundation to let us continue on this project.
Well, thank you, OBR team. That was just an amazing walk through history, and so hopeful to see that these next projects come to fruition, and hopefully we can have you guys back to do more talks like this and to hear more about these projects in the future. I want to be respectful of your time and also the audience's. So we're over by just a minute or two, but if there's anything else you'd like to cover as we get ready to close up, I'm happy to go into anything else or leave it there.
No, we're good.
We going all night.
Yeah, and I mean, we love like touring people around Liberty Station, and so it seems like we constantly talk about this project. I mean, we aren't lying. We say it is, one of our most adored projects, and it is something that, I mean, on a very, very personal level, we are extremely proud to be a part of it and play our small role in.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's been an honor to work with your team as over the years as we've seen these projects come online, and thank you for spending your busy Friday nights with us. And yeah, so I hope you can come back soon, and And for the folks who may not know, we also have done a little bit of architectural programming in the past, so feel free to come back. Over the past couple of years, I know Chris and our executive director, Alan, have joined for O San Diego, so I know that there's some information out there about some of the buildings, their specific historic uses, their current uses, and so I know some of that's on our website, so you can check that out to learn more about what's going on. If anybody else has any other questions, if you feel free to mention it in the chat before we get ready to wrap up.
Yeah, and if anybody has questions, feel free to reach out to us. And we're on site a lot. If you want, we always love walking people around and talking about the project. So if we have the opportunity, we'd love to meet you out there and talk more.
Hey, Chris, Alan, I saw in the chat, asked if we could mention the award that the foundation and us, I guess, won with the AIA.
Oh yeah, the San Diego AIA chapter gave us the AIA Merit Award for Arts District Liberty Station this past year, which we're very, very proud of. And again, thank you to the NTC Foundation for their continued support and belief in us. And we love you all, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm sure we'll share a link. If not now, we'll go back to find that award and so folks can read about it and the significance of that, because it's such a great honor. But yeah, thank you again for sharing your time with us and your stories. And I hope we can kind of continue this in some capacity in the future. And yeah, so thank you very much. I hope you have a great rest of your Friday nights.
Thank you for having us.
Well, thanks so much for having us.
Let's see, it might. Well, I hope everybody out there had a lot of fun with OBR, with La Jolla Playhouse, with all just the bevy of great creatives that are in residence here at Arts District Liberty Station. I want to go ahead and just, thank our sponsor, My Point Credit Union, one more time, really quickly. They just were super supportive of our programming. So I'm going to just highlight their reel for just a moment. All right, well, thanks again for spending your Friday night with the Arts District Liberty Station. If you're here locally, please feel free to come out, check out campus. We have a ton of local artwork that's out in the public, and so you can just walk around, see it, explore the gardens. Tons of great restaurants you can explore. If you're local, there's classes, dance classes, creative classes that you can do safely outside or virtually. So there's just so much happening, so much life and energy. So all over campus, I hope you guys can keep checking it out. Join our newsletter. It's one of the best places to find out about what we're doing, or follow us on Facebook and Instagram. And with that, I look forward to bring some new programming to you in the near future. So just keep in touch. Thank you for joining our Friday night, and I hope to see you out there soon.